Hey, everybody. Will he? Won't he? President Trump did. The strategic Bitcoin reserve is alive. It's here. America has adopted Bitcoin. It's Pete Rizzo, the Bitcoin historian here, host of the Supply Shock podcast on Blockworks, doing a first ever live stream on a historic day. You see it in the title here. Crypto descending on Washington, D.C. That's right. At 3 p.m. today, we'll be hearing from President Donald Trump, where he'll be talking about the strategic Bitcoin reserve that he's signed the executive order for yesterday, and potentially more executive orders coming. We know that there is a signing ceremony later today. We'll be looking at extra other executive orders. So yes, this live stream will be following all the action, bringing you live updates, hopefully some footage of Trump's speech when he talks at 3 p.m. But otherwise, welcoming guests, Bitcoin experts from the space, people from the Blockworks reporting team commenting on what's happening in real time. So I figured what better way to start in this historic day than to review the news with you. Of course, if you're watching on YouTube, like and subscribe. If you're on Twitter, give a like and a share. This live stream is going to be going for a while, so we'll try to keep it entertaining. So, all right, thought we'd begin with a bit of a backtracking here, rewinding it all the way to yesterday when, it was still up in the air whether President Trump would sign an executive order for strategic Bitcoin reserve. So let's back all the way up, maybe to July of 2024, when this idea was really presented to the public for the first time, right? So the strategic Bitcoin reserve, this idea that America, the leader of the free world, largest economy in the world, would strategically embrace or adopt Bitcoin. So at that conference, where I was the video host of the live stream, I was, there watching while Cynthia Lummis, senator from Wyoming, presented the Bitcoin bill. There's a longer abbreviation there, but essentially a plan or proposal for the United States to buy up to 1 million Bitcoin over 4 years. The pitch to strategically adopt the asset as essentially a hedge, a way to ensure as the transition happens to the crypto economy, America stays ahead as the leader. Of course, a lot to unpack there, and we'll have guests kind of getting in to the nitty-gritty specifics. But President Trump also on stage announcing roughly the same plan, saying that he would back a strategic Bitcoin reserve. RFK, then a presidential candidate, doing the same. So here we are in March the 6th, last night. Let's go over to the live footage here. I can at least show you it in the browser. Again, playing with these tools for the first time. Patience, people. You see there Trump being given the executive order by David Sachs, the new crypto czar who he appointed when he was elected or became president in January. So yeah, really a historic moment, months in the making, and something that really had been prophesized by people within the Bitcoin community for some time. So a lot of people, I think, are coming to the strategic Bitcoin reserve as if it's a new idea. But really the idea that America or nations might adopt Bitcoin in some ways, not really new. So the best example of that would be if you're familiar with Bitcoin Talk, the old forums. There was a lot of conversation all the way back in the day about, why nations might adopt an asset that had the qualities of Bitcoin, right? That had a limited supply, where nobody could intervene and change the monetary policy. One of my favorite posts kind of back from 2011, kind of going into the reserve status, why a country might benefit from adopting Bitcoin first because of the limited supply. So here we are in 2025, President Trump following through, of course, a lot of discourse. So we're going to roll it back a little bit, just revisit the news from the last few days. Obviously, keeping it casual here as we await Trump coming on stage at 3 p.m. He'll be delivering, more remarks and hopefully unpacking the strategy in more detail. So, let's back it up to to last week, right, where essentially Donald Trump, said for the first time, confirmed that he was going to hold a White House summit where he was going to bring leaders from the crypto industry together for a discussion. So this obviously sparks a huge amount of speculation about who would attend, what would happen. And they're interesting to note here that this was really, initially kind of seen as a setback. So what was supposed to happen when President Donald Trump took office, that he was supposed to establish sort of a crypto council, right? You might remember that there was someone appointed to kind of, head this organizational body. And it was imagined that this would be sort of a formal body that would be created around the crypto industry. That didn't happen. Instead, what we started to hear about was, this idea that we might get working groups, and then this idea that there would be sessions. So you can see here on March 4th, the first attendees starting to be confirmed for what will be today's White House summit, starting at 1:30. So just about an hour away. We're expecting news to just start coming out on Twitter and X around that time. But, you can see here that Michael Saylor amongst the first and confirmed attendees. Obviously, no surprise there. You're talking about a man whose company Strategy owns 500,000 Bitcoin. Kind of want to have him president, but that sparked the speculation of who's next, who would be involved. Of course, the backdrop here, other nations already doing this, right? Already adding Bitcoin to the strategic reserve, El Salvador being the big one. Coming out last week, you can buy, right? So El Salvador has been buying Bitcoin now strategically since 2022. They've been buying 1 Bitcoin a day, now have over 6,000 Bitcoin. So certainly what Trump's doing here with the strategic reserve not occurring in isolation, right? Countries around the world, global leaders realizing that there's value in plugging into, as Jack Mallers would say, the open monetary network that is Bitcoin. So El Salvador continuing to do that. And of course, here we have a little bit later in the day, Bukele vowing not to stop, even in the face of pressure from the IMF. We'll be showing some clips and videos from the new podcast. I think, as I mentioned, Supply Shock out on Blockworks this week. Had Nolan Bowerly on, the great Rumble host of the Bitcoin Daily Show there, really talking about how, El Salvador is using this moment with the IMF to potentially signal to Trump, that he doesn't want to stop buying Bitcoin. The IMF, under terms of their new loan to El Salvador, trying to get them to stop buying Bitcoin. Here, Bukele, defiant, says he won't stop now. It won't stop in the future. Obviously, kind of thing that shouldn't stop. We want to see nations like El Salvador start buying Bitcoin. I think this is good for their economy, and I think Bukele, really showing some great global leadership there. Fast forward, a little bit later this week, and this was the big one on Tuesday. U.S. Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick saying that a strategic Bitcoin reserve will be announced at the Trump White House summit, but first noting that other tokens be treated positively but differently. So we'll talk about this with some of the experts who are going to coming on, people from reporting on the scene, people from Axios, people from Blockworks, people from other major publications here. Really when Trump really lit the flame behind all this speculation, it was on Sunday, all the way last week, another lifetime, where, he came out and said, strategic crypto reserve, we're going to adopt a basket of assets for the United States. It would be coins like Bitcoin, Ethereum, ADA, Salana, and XRP, and others. Part of what Nolan and McSweeney, our other co-host on the Blockworks Supply Shock news roundup there, talking about how this was part of Trump's weave, essentially him coming out with a bold strategy, walking back. Tuesday, we started to see that walk back a little bit when Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick came out and said, hey, it might not be a crypto general reserve. We might end up with a Bitcoin reserve and something else for the crypto community. That's when things started to get interesting. Of course, another interesting news story that, is buttressing all of this is that, meanwhile, at the state level in the United States government, we are seeing states push forward initiatives to adopt their own strategic reserves, obviously for different reasons. States in the United States, not currency issuers, but Texas, Utah. We might go to this in a little bit. I've got it up on one of the screens. Utah today will be holding a vote on their Bitcoin strategic reserve. It's widely expected that there will be a yes-no decision on the Utah Bitcoin reserve today. Has to do with the unique aspects of their legislative session, where essentially, occurs for a short amount of time. I had Dennis Porter on the podcast last week talking about Utah and just what it would mean for them to put Bitcoin on the balance sheet in a strategic reserve. Obviously, a yes-no decision on that would be huge, given that Utah is seen as one of the most likely, in addition to Texas, to start buying Bitcoin or starting a reserve. So later that week, still on Tuesday here, we started to see other countries start to signal a change in approach because of the Trump administration. So this is another theme we'll be following throughout today. Korea's Financial Supervisor Service talking about how they're going to start reviewing Bitcoin ETFs. This was in response to Japan. Of course, we've seen another number of financial companies start putting forth applications for Bitcoin ETFs in Japan, expecting them to get approved. My tweet there says game theory playing out. Look, that's what's happening, right? Nations are responding to other nations in real time. Also on that day, and this fact became something that was popularized later by David Sachs. The U.S. government, I noted, if you don't follow me on X, the Bitcoin historian there, I post history tidbits, also on Reddit. You can get some good stuff over there. Yeah, 10 years ago from this Tuesday, the United States sold 50,000 Bitcoin for $270 each, a $4.4 billion mistake. That's what David Sachs came out this week. And really his pitch to the American public in selling the strategic Bitcoin reserve was, look, America, essentially has sold billions of dollars worth of Bitcoin. They would have $17 billion worth of Bitcoin had they kept all this Bitcoin. And this specific sale, you sold $4.4 billion here for much less, right? So we see Obama there upset. Who knows if he knew what he was doing at the time. But again, the theme this week, I think, is global leaders, again, responding to Trump's tweet, responding to the strategic reserve, or just the idea. We saw Belarus's president coming out saying, we want to explore using, our surplus energy to mine Bitcoin, again, showing that it's strategically important. There's been some commentary about Belarus that they might have tried this before, but obviously exciting that world leaders are talking about it. Saw some more developments in Texas. Again, yesterday, we're now on Thursday. It was expected that there would be a Bitcoin reserve announcement. Again, details TBD. We saw another world leader come out, this time in Bhutan, the prime minister of Bhutan. This one personally very interesting to me. We might play the video clip later, but Bhutan has been active in the Bitcoin market for a while through their sovereign wealth funds. They have about 12,000 Bitcoins, about double of El Salvador. They might be the, if you don't count the U.S., and the Bitcoin holdings the U.S. has, in terms of countries that are deliberately acquiring Bitcoin, they're essentially the largest. They have the largest stockpile of deliberately acquired Bitcoin. So Prime Minister Bhutan coming out saying Bitcoin is a strategic reserve, basically talking about why it's strategically relevant for the country. Of course, they have a lot of hydropower and trying to convert those assets into energy and useful national resources. And yeah, that brings us up to South Korea, right? So saw Japan kind of come out with the Bitcoin ETF clarity, saw Belarus come out, South Korea's Democratic Party, of course, not in power, basically saying that they would add Bitcoin to their national reserves, or they would want to do that. So again, another political party responding to Trump yesterday. And then, of course, the news about David Sachs talking about his Bitcoin sales and the money that America has lost. And that really brought us to yesterday's, announcement where at the end of the day, rumors were coming in hot, expectations that there would be a tax announcement related to cryptocurrencies. A lot of people in the crypto industry wanting to see the tax regime change. Obviously, right now, every purchase you make, every small transaction taxed as capital gains. Obviously, some expectations that people will see that. And then the announcement yesterday, bringing us to really setting the stage for the first White House Crypto Summit, which is coming up at 3 p.m. Again, we'll be showing it live. Thanks for tuning in to Supply Shock. We'll be bringing commentators. We'll be coming out and showing some of the clips from the episodes. But really, this is the where it's at right now in terms of the global discussion around Bitcoin and cryptocurrencies. Will Trump make more announcements? Will he pass other executive orders that impact the industry? Going to add someone to the stage now who can help us unpack that. This is Blockworks managing editor Michael McSweeney. Michael, can you hear us?
Hello, I am on the show. Thanks for having me.
Welcome, sir. So we were recapping the news. Obviously, got a long way to go to 3 p.m. where we're going to see Donald Trump take the stage. I appreciate you coming on, and appreciate you being part of the weekly news roundup we'll be having on Supply Shock as part of the new podcast. In many ways, for me and you, a reunion that's a decade in the making. For people who don't know, Michael and I were co-editors at CoinDesk back in the day, back in 2013, back when I affectionately say CoinDesk was a Skype handle with some passionate people who wanted to make a news site. Michael, maybe let's start with you. The executive order last night. I know we talked about it last week. A lot of skepticism from you about whether this would happen, the motivations, your thoughts on just, you saw it on the timeline. He did it. The wild man did it. What are your thoughts?
Well, I wouldn't say I expressed skepticism, maybe call me wrong, but I wanted to see what they would put out in practice. And I think a lot of really interesting information came out last night. What I'm really keen on, I'd say, are two things. One, so obviously one of the most attention grabbing elements of the EO was empowering, the Commerce Secretary and I believe the Treasury Secretary to put together a plan for how the U.S. government could accrue Bitcoin in a budget neutral way. So I'm very eager to see what that plan is. I suspect that will come together rather quickly, just given just the momentum of things. So I would be very shocked given the energy around this if they're going to say, hey, we're going to make you wait 6 months for this. I would not be surprised if we didn't see this, say, like by the summertime. Now, obviously, now that this is in the open, maybe Congress decides they want to have a say in this. Maybe this provides some fuel for what Senator Cynthia Lummis is putting together. We don't know. It's so early, but I anticipate that there may be some positive sparks that fly on that front. So I'm very eager to see what they do on that particular plan there. I'm also really keen to see, again, it's all about the nuts and bolts, like who's going to custody the Bitcoin. I know, right? If I'm not mistaken, the U.S. Marshal Service works with Coinbase. Maybe someone can fact check me in the thread there. I believe that is the case. So I'm curious, like if that relationship evolves, whether this creates new opportunities for U.S., like American-facing crypto companies to sort of get in on the game of the U.S. government doing more things with crypto between the strategic reserve of Bitcoin and then the digital asset stockpile. If I sort of had to like throw a blindfolded dartboard, I would suggest that you would probably see an expansion of existing relationships versus say like, hey, we're going to throw the door open to any U.S. crypto business to come in and pitch us on this. But I don't know. Again, it's so early to say.
Well, let me add something to the stage here and just kind of pull up some. Let's see. Are we able to get this up? Still playing around. Share this tab and said, yeah. So let's review maybe some of the news, right? So I think what we're talking about right now that you brought up is essentially the executive orders here. The strategic Bitcoin reserve is created. Right now, the plan is to just freeze that Bitcoin, not sell it, right? That's the sort of what's created this initial reserve. But the plan to keep funding it, I think now is debated. And I think what was interesting is yesterday, a lot of the reaction was very muted, right? Essentially, sort of the initial reaction to the executive order, at least within the industry. And then I would say in the mainstream press, and you can go through the headlines that came out this morning on CNN and other places, other venues. Really the main headlines I think for mainstream media here was the price was down, people saying that they were disappointed by the news. You saw the word disappointed a lot in the headlines, and a huge market sell-off to the executive order. So last night around 7 p.m., Trump signing the executive order goes live. You saw a $3,000 candle. For people who, haven't been around long enough, myself and McSweeney here, $3,000, it took us, 7 or 8 years in the industry to see $3,000. $3,000 wiped out from the Bitcoin price instantly. So maybe we can talk about some of this sentiment here, because it does seem like the mainstream press is portraying this strategic Bitcoin reserve executive order as a failure and as something that, there will be no sort of increase in the strategic Bitcoin reserve. So knowing what knowing the executive order, what do you just think of this mainstream news coverage of what's going on? Because I think it's been very different from how the industry has looked at it.
Well, it's interesting in that it's quite different from, say, the reaction to the Bitcoin ETFs, which I think was maybe like far more trumpeted in like the mainstream press. I mean, in terms of the market reaction, if you look at what an executive order is, it's an announcement sort of laying out the broad strokes of what this will look like. So maybe the market has only begun to digest it. Why people would sell on the news, I don't know. I mean, it's, you buy the hype, you sell the news. It's a tale as old as time. So that could be a factor here. I mean, I guess I don't fully understand like how this quote disappointed. I mean, this is pretty much what everybody was asking for. This is what the campaign promise was. So maybe it's just because there was nothing almost surprising about it. The market just sort of shrugged. And when a market shrugs, like some people just take their chips off the table. There could be a perception that. Well, think about it. I mean, where does this go from here? The procedures are laid out in more detailed ways. Maybe they do announce a buy. I suspect if they did, I mean, if you think about it, the top level announcement was not, we're going to go market buy Bitcoin. So like perhaps the reaction was couched in, well, they're not going to push the market up. So perhaps there was some concern. Okay, well, this is sort of as high as the hype, the news related hype will go.
Well, I mean,
I think
some winding back of that, right? We saw the Commerce Secretary Besant come out this morning, say they're going to look at budget neutral ways. Well, I think like maybe I'll just introduce the budget neutral part, because that's another part to introduce here, right? I think the initial reaction was he created the reserve. Sort of the headline was that it was going to be existing seized and forfeited Bitcoin. But then there was this little tiny line in the fine print, and I think it was Eleanor Trennett from Fox Business, giving her credit there, who identified it, said, it licensed, essentially Congress or just the American government to find, quote, budget neutral ways. And I think this was the real word that people then began to explore, right? So you had the initial reaction, just a very, kind of a disappointment. As you said, no buying. This was just taking the Bitcoin and setting it aside. Essentially, I think one of the more diminutive tweets was essentially, this is Trump rebranding the assets already in the U.S. Marshals coffers as the strategic Bitcoin reserve. But there was this little tiny line that said budget neutral ways, right? So this reserve can expand. At least that's what on CNBC this morning, Besant came out and telegraphed, saying that they're open to actually looking at ways to do this. Maybe let's just talk about the politics of this phrase budget neutral. I actually think this is pretty savvy. We talked last week on the podcast about the political risk of being viewed as so pro Bitcoin, pro crypto, because, as we've seen with Elizabeth Warren filing this morning, kind of taking aim at trying to get David Sachs to disclose his holdings, right? There is this pervasive kind of narrative that, the Bitcoin and crypto industry is doing this for their own benefit. It's like enriching the early wealthy people. So I thought here this was a really strategic and interesting wording. And again, I'm a bit pro the current administration, at least on this sector of the industry. But, budget neutral ways to grow the reserve, I thought was really interesting and clever, because here you remove the idea, the fear factor that I think a lot of people had, which is that, this could come through taxation, essentially, money that would be diverted to other, maybe more useful, maybe more popular causes, essentially goes to this new exotic Bitcoin reserve that people don't quite understand. So what do you make of the budget neutral language? And then, what do you think, I guess, do you have any inclinations, or are people in the market talking about, what is a budget neutral way to grow this reserve? Do we have any idea about that?
Well, I think it's pretty clear that what this language does is it establishes that the Trump administration will look for ways to acquire Bitcoin without involving Congress. Because if it did have an impact on the budget or money allocated to the executive branch to carry out its duties, that's just fundamental structure of the US government. If it was the case, then Congress would have to then approve, and then you open the hornet's nest of, well, can you actually convince today's Congress to approve Bitcoin buys? Honestly, I don't think you could. So they are going to have to come up with ways to either use existing spending authorities or figure out new ways to create cash to buy Bitcoin. I actually think this fits within a broader sort of set of behaviors that this Trump administration 2.0 has expressed, which is kind of stretching the bounds of what the executive branch can do in terms of how money is allocated and spent relative to what Congress, in theory, constitutionally, Congress says, spend this money on X and Y, executive branch goes and spends it on X and Y. This Trump administration has been seeking ways to kind of stretch and bend that relationship to hand more to give itself more power to make those spending decisions. When you hear about like impoundment and how they view this Impoundment Act, which traces back to the Nixon era, trying to say like, well, we believe that the White House has more discretion how like appropriated funding can be spent. So I suspect that when details around this come out, it's not going to be about, oh, well, Congress is going to give us this money to spend on Bitcoin. I think that would probably go very poorly for them. But I suspect that, it could be something where maybe some tariff revenue is freed up for this, or money that's entering the executive branch that like sort of doesn't touch those budgetary foundations. I think that's where, if there is money freed up for that, that's where it will come from. I'm not going to claim to be an expert on how they find those ways. I suspect they'll get quite creative with it. But fundamentally, and I'd be very surprised if they did otherwise, they are going to find ways to create resources to acquire Bitcoins that don't implicate the spending authorities given to them by Congress, so that they don't even have to touch that. Now, when you get to the point where, say, with Senator Lummis's bill, where that would create potentially like appropriated money to add to the reserve, that's a whole other ballpark. And I suspect that they would then go and spend that money accordingly. But in the absence of that, and again, I'm not an expert, so I can't tell you exactly what they would plan out, but that is sort of the broad strokes of what they will try to do. It's money that doesn't touch their relationship with Congress, so they don't have to go to Congress and say, hey, we want X million dollars to buy Bitcoin, because then everybody throws their hands up and it just becomes a debate. Versus they want to do this, they want to go ahead and do it, so they will find ways to not sort of ruffle any jimmies, as the meme.
Well, as mentioned, Supply Shock happening live right now. Doing a pod live. We're going to be counting down to 3 p.m. when Donald Trump takes the stage, updating the public on what is happening right now at the White House Crypto Summit, the first ever White House Crypto Summit happening today. Select group of executives there talking policy issues, talking about this reserve. We're going to be reporting about things that are happening live. Going to get into the details again in a little bit, but also welcoming some great special guests. We've got somebody new to welcome to the stage, a reunion of old friends here with Mr. Jimmy Song, renowned author of the Little Bitcoin book. If you're just getting into Bitcoin, Jimmy has some of the greatest resources that you have out there, and also co-author with him on a book about America adopting Bitcoin as well. So some of our ideas coming to life here as Donald Trump has made history. Jimmy, can you hear us? Welcome to the stage.
I can hear you, and good to see you, friend. Man, it's kind of crazy how we wrote that book a couple of years ago, and it's all of the stuff that we were talking about is kind of coming into fruition under this administration, it looks like.
Well, let's bring you into the conversation here. So I'm talking with Michael McSweeney here, my old colleague from CoinDesk. You guys might remember each other from Consensus's past, but we've been updating people on the news, really kind of retracing the steps from last Sunday when President Trump shocked the world, essentially saying that he would announce a strategic crypto reserve. Maybe, Jimmy, this is a great place for you to jump in. Initially sort of muddying the waters, saying XRP, Salana, ADA would be on America's balance sheet. But here we are at the finish line. It seems like, and this is, my view, that we've made the right choice here. America has decided to split. There's a Bitcoin reserve. There's a crypto stockpile. And Jimmy, what are your thoughts? Did America make the right decision? Did Trump make the right decision here?
Yeah, absolutely. And it's a huge deal that he's made it, just like Bitcoin and crypto. Those two have been almost physically separated, and that's a very important thing, because they are, of course, very different assets. Bitcoin is decentralized. All of this other stuff is centralized. And I imagine the people going to the crypto summit, even they realize this. And this is why I'm pretty bullish on this summit, because a lot of people on Twitter, or what was formerly known as Twitter, on X, are saying that, hey, Bitcoin is like 60% of the market cap. How come we don't have 60% of the seats? But, I get that sentiment. But in a sense, I understand what's going to happen. There's a lot of people that are, you got like Brad Garlinghouse, and you got Kyle Samani and people like that. And they think, okay, well, they're obviously going to pump their own tokens. Yes, obviously they will. But they're not going to have many allies in that room, right? If you know any of these altcoiners, they hate other altcoins more so than they hate Bitcoin, and more so than they hate anything else. They're all and about the only thing that they're going to be able to agree on is the fact that Bitcoin is actually kind of the reserve asset in the crypto community anyway. So I think what they're going to come out with is, okay, yeah, Bitcoin is different, and this plan is pretty reasonable. I think even David Sachs realized this, despite being a major Solana holder and former investor in Multicoin Capital and so on. But all these people that are representing ADA or Solana or XRP, I mean, they're not going to be able to agree on much. And if you make it so that only those coins get in, then it's going to look terrible because all these other coins are not going to get in. So the only real way to do this is have Bitcoin and then altcoins. Now, as for go ahead.
Well, I said let's just stop there for a second, because I would
Mhm.
say I was personally pretty pleased to see that there was an industry-wide reaction. Maybe I'm curious for your
Mhm.
read on this, Jimmy, because it felt like for the first time, right, we saw pretty much every major U.S. crypto exchange head, Brian Armstrong, Cameron and Tyler Winklevoss, Jesse Powell, founder of Kraken, coming out and saying, when they saw this initial news about this crypto reserve, this idea that sort of everything would be a strategically important asset, even they, as you mentioned, and there's a lot of special interest there. There's a lot of people who have funded their companies in different ways through the crypto system, where you can just copy and paste and create new protocols and create new money and create new problems. They came together and they put Bitcoin first and said, no, this needs to be a reserve. This needs to, Bitcoin is different. Were you surprised at that? Because that has been something that people in the Bitcoin space have tried to get across for such a long time. Did this feel like an acknowledgement to you that something had broken through?
Yeah, I mean, in a sense, I see their incentives, right? Because where do you draw the line? I mean, do you draw the line at Dogecoin? Do you draw the line at Dog with Hat? Like, do you draw the line with Shiba Inu? Like, if you allow ADA, XRP, and SOL, then where are you going to actually draw the line? And that's the big problem, is that Bitcoin has a clear delineation point with all this other stuff. Whereas, any other line that you draw is going to look very arbitrary, and most exchanges have to go through that in figuring out what to list. It's like, okay, well, do we list Doge or not? Right? That was like the big dilemma for a lot of exchanges all over the world for a long time, because like, well, it doesn't really have utility, but there's popularity and it has a market cap. And then, of course, once Elon Musk, started jerking people around with it, it became sort of like a de facto thing. But like drawing a line, is just kind of difficult. Like, where do you draw the line? The only reasonable line that you can draw is with Bitcoin. So, in a sense, I applaud their realpolitik, as it were. But I'm not necessarily convinced that they're all just doing this for the sake of the country or anything like that, or coming around to the Bitcoin maximalist position. It's just like there's no reasonable line to draw other than Bitcoin, altcoins, or like where are you going to draw the line? Yeah.
Well, McSweeney, I'm interested to bring you in here. Of course, Blockworks, the crypto media, a lot of people with different opinions, writing on staff, different newsletters devoted to Salana and things like that. And obviously people pretty passionate about their projects. What has been this reaction to the split, right? This idea that Bitcoin, worthy of reserve, special and kind of distinct within the cryptocurrency category, and the other cryptocurrencies maybe make sense for a sovereign wealth fund, maybe they make sense for a stockpile, or in the case of Bitcoin advocates, we might prefer that they get sold and turned into Bitcoin and added to the reserve. But maybe you can speak to the reaction. Has there been a disappointment when Trump wound back from that initial announcement, where it was branded as a specifically crypto reserve?
I think honestly, most of the reaction I've seen has been maybe broadly positive. I mean, yes, the stockpile is not intended to grow, at least from the outset. But I think maybe there's a belief that this is sort of like a starting point. The U.S. government has never done something like this before. So even the fact that they're creating a digital asset stockpile comprised of, well, whichever assets they choose to put in there, I think that's still, I mean, you could probably call that still pretty hyper bullish, to be honest. I think what's interesting is that because this is playing out in the arena of executive orders, they are sort of by nature ephemeral, right? Like a Bitcoin reserve or a digital asset stockpile that is fundamentally like created and ordained by the executive doesn't sort of have like the rigidity almost, but not in a negative way of, say, like an act of Congress. So like the idea that these programs and initiatives can evolve over time is a little bit baked in. So I wonder if maybe some of the positive sentiment out there is an expression of that. I think that reactions would probably be far more negative if they came out and said, hey, we're just doing Bitcoin. All the stuff that Trump said before was wrong. I don't think they would contradict him like that. So honestly, I mean, maybe I'm just not seeing it in my threads, but I haven't seen an overly negative response, say, like amongst the people. I think obviously you've seen some of the market reaction where, yes, the government saying we're not going to be adding to these quantities is not a very like positive market signal.
We've got a headline up on the screen right now, and I think talking about fear factor, maybe Jimmy, you can speak to this. It says the U.S. crypto reserve is all about forfeited assets, right? So this is one of the big things when it came out yesterday. This is how the U.S. government has been growing its Bitcoin supply, right? To the extent that the U.S. government has 200,000 Bitcoin, and I think I would love to get into, the unknown question. There was some commentary this morning, Bloomberg reporting the White House officially looking into how much Bitcoin America has now, if that 200,000 number is real. Maybe you can talk about the forfeited asset piece, because the stockpile can grow through forfeiture. The reserve can grow through forfeiture, and this is something that has alarmed a lot of Bitcoiners, because obviously we don't want to have our Bitcoin forfeited to anyone.
Yeah, and that is a little bit concerning in the sense that you can have your property taken away from you. But I mean, honestly, that's a much bigger fish. The entire idea of civil asset forfeiture is an anathema to me, and I think for a lot of Bitcoiners. But it is what it is. They have the Bitcoin assets. I think a significant percentage of that is actually from the Bitfinex case with Razzlecon or whoever she was. But like there's a significant amount of that I think can be claimed back by Bitfinex possibly. I imagine Paolo, when he goes there later today, will be talking about that almost exclusively.
Conversation.
Yeah, like give us our Bitcoin back. Like this is ours, and clearly they can prove it and so on. So. Yeah, like that part of it, like, is it possible to grow this stockpile just with forfeited assets? I mean, if it's taken from bad people, right? Like you have a child trafficking ring from Mexico or something, and they have like 1,000 Bitcoin, and you're able to seize that as a government. Do you put it into the stockpile? I mean, I wouldn't be opposed to that. I mean, like, what else do you do with it? Maybe try to give it to the victims or something, possibly. I mean, like, assuming there's some left over after that, then like putting it into Bitcoin, asset stockpile, I think is reasonable. And this is not a small amount of Bitcoin that we're talking about. There, like, I think Bulgaria at one point had like 100,000 Bitcoin or something. Germany had like 50,000. It's not going to be zero all the way through. It's actually probably going to continue growing, and in a sense, we'll see what we've been talking about for years. How private is Bitcoin, and how unfeasible is it, and how many of these people are going to kind of give it up, and we'll kind of see a test of that, because once this thing gets going, and the government sees this as like a great asset to be holding. I don't know. Maybe they go after more of the richer parts of the world and try to get the Bitcoin that he has or something like that. Although obviously they dropped his case. But the incentives are such that they're going to go after crime and try to seize the Bitcoin that they can find.
Well, maybe adding another history element here. Of course, the Bitcoin historian on X myself. This is an interesting history tidbit. 10 years ago this week, the U.S. government sold 50,000 Bitcoin at a price of $270 each. Obviously, now the price $88,000. You're looking at, this was a $4.4 billion mistake. And so maybe we could talk into the psychology of just what's driving this movement amongst the government to care about the strategic Bitcoin reserve. I think one of the big reasons is the monetization of Bitcoin and the sheer staggering number of these figures. As you mentioned, Bulgaria used to own Bitcoin. Germany, selling 50,000 Bitcoin this summer. But do you get the sense that there's starting to be a recognition of Bitcoin is valuable? We need to hold on to this. And for now, if the politicians don't understand anything more about Bitcoin, like, maybe that's enough. We can start there, and we can look at these mistakes where, maybe we can admit that this was a mistake. It shouldn't have happened. Your thoughts?
Yeah, the way nation states work is that they're watching all the other nation states, right? It's a very sort of like copycat kind of government that all governments are. So when the United States sees like Bhutan and El Salvador stacked for a while and their stockpile has grown and in value and so on, they get kind of curious, and then you have all these states that are talking about a Bitcoin strategic reserve. We just had the Texas one pass the Senate recently. A lot of people start talking about it and think, okay, well, if the ball gets rolling, this could be really, really profitable very, very quickly. And honestly, like if you look at the national debt and just how big it is, right? Like 39 trillion or some ridiculous number. The only chance that we have of paying that off is having something like a Bitcoin strategic reserve. Like there's no chance that you're going, even if you save like $2 trillion, that's about the amount of the yearly deficit. I mean, you're going to have a balanced budget for like 40 years in order to like pay that off, right? Like paying the interest and rolling that debt and something like it looks completely impossible unless you have something like this strategic Bitcoin reserve. So I think for a lot of nation states, they're seeing this as like a way to mitigate some of the excesses of the past. And they copy each other, and I expect this to kind of go the same way that retail has, right? The reason why a lot of people get into Bitcoin is because they see their neighbor doing well on Bitcoin, and they go, okay, well, maybe I'll do some of that. And no doubt, like a lot of them go down the stupid altcoin rabbit holes, but enough of them do that it has sort of like a momentum of its own, and nation states certainly have the same.
We'll talk with the great author Jimmy Song here. Also got Michael McSweeney, managing editor at Blockworks, on the stage. Michael, curious your thoughts. Obviously from people who are bought into the Bitcoin philosophy, we see this as a mistake. The government selling this Bitcoin. Obviously, some elements of the country, maybe not. So maybe how do you look at this? Was this a government mistake to sell this Bitcoin so cheaply, or is this something we should just we shouldn't worry about? There shouldn't be a larger political reflection about maybe we could have hung on to Al Capone's old car and sold it today for more money, had we had the foresight to know that Al Capone was going to be so revered. I mean, what's the counter argument, I guess, to this idea that Bitcoiners are making, that it's simply because Bitcoin is more valuable that it's strategic?
Well, I think it's a reflection of the education efforts of the past decade between the Bitcoin sector and the government, and sort of the accrual of institutional knowledge and perspectives about what Bitcoin is, in the broader context of like financial assets and how like sort of like what is valuable and like what the government should hang on to versus what they should dispose of and or may be statutorily required to dispose of. So 10 years ago when the US government sold those Bitcoins, or when oh shoot, I'm forgetting the third. Who was that investor that bought the 30K? Tim Draper.
Tim Draper.
Why did that auction happen? Well, if memory serves, the U.S. government was required to take these proceeds and then sell them. So I think what you're seeing is an evolution in thought of how a government should hold on to things that are of value and like may accrue more value over time. I think that's really interesting. And again, I would say as a credit to those who were working in Washington or elsewhere, who the various touch points between the industry and its advocates and those who are in positions of power over the course of the lifetime of Bitcoin and these other networks. I think what you're just seeing is an evolving perspective, and not only just say like the heads of an agency or the president of the United States, but the mid-level bureaucrats and functionaries who are around for a long time, because that's really where like the institutional knowledge and awareness is built, like the folks within, say, the SEC or the IRS or the DOJ who've been working in digital assets for so many years. I mean, it does shape your perspective over time. Just thinking about, say, back in early 2020, when the IRS held their own digital asset summit, you had all these crypto people coming into town, meeting with, 25-year IRS veterans. And I remember sitting in this room with them, and like the questions they were asking, you know, these weren't questions of like hostility. I mean, I think they were coming from a place of, we know these things have meaning, their presence in our economy is meaningful. How do we learn more about them? Like, how is this going to intersect with our work? And so when you see stuff like this, I think in part there are pretty clear financial incentives to want to hang on to an asset that's worth, you know, close to 100K versus when it was $270. But again, I think it is also that accrual of institutional knowledge that we are seeing and is now being expressed.
Want to go to the people reporting live. We'll be checking in with different reporters on the scene. This is the latest from Bitcoin Magazine's Frank Corva. He's updating on the ground, basically talking about, I'll read some of the headlines of what people are talking about. So basically he's saying, there's clear awareness here that the U.S. has lost $17 billion to the government selling Bitcoin over the years, talking about how we know now that no Bitcoin put in the strategic Bitcoin reserve will be sold off. While digital assets stockpile, they can be sold by the Treasury. Some of his highlights. Bitcoin is special. It's the first cryptocurrency, most secure, largest market cap, and has the hard cap of 21 million. Rumors about removing capital gains taxes on crypto appear to be untrue. This was something that circulated online over the week, this idea that capital gains taxes were removed on cryptocurrency. Apparently now, from multiple reports, is not something that will happen today, not something that Trump will sign at his executive order meeting later today, or talk about at 3 p.m., as we're all kind of waiting for him to take the stage. The government putting the end to Operation Choke Point 2.0. This was the efforts by the Biden administration to choke off Bitcoin and cryptocurrencies from the financial system, and revealing maybe for the first time the purpose of today's summit was to get feedback from the crypto industry broadly on some of these new initiatives. Maybe let's stick with the capital gains one. So this was one where I think the online discussion was very interesting because it reads, again, very negatively. It plays in the negative headlines. Oh, Bitcoin investors, they want to be, they want special treatments. Peter Schiff coming out and saying, why do you want to be treated differently than other commodities? But, if we want Bitcoin to be used as a spending tool in an economy, some tax treatment needs to change, because right now spending Bitcoin is, it seems, unfairly targeted. Jimmy, your thoughts on this capital gains tax, and why do we need this even if Trump doesn't announce it today?
Yeah, the capital gains treatment definitely puts Bitcoin more in that digital gold category rather than method of payment, which it's also very good for. And the fact is that the current sort of taxing regime requires that you report anything over $600, or every bank has to report anything over $600. But for crypto, you have to report pretty much everything. Anytime you get rid of the asset, for any good or service, you have to, it's kind of a tax nightmare, and that's significant, and it makes receiving it as a merchant particularly bad. And for a lot of merchants, this is something that they want to do, is receive Bitcoin directly instead of having to do all the conversion and so on, and keep it on their balance sheet in the same way that the United States has a strategic Bitcoin reserve. Companies and small businesses and individuals even want to have their own reserve that can be used for saving. So preventing that seems kind of cruel, right? Like it's especially if you're able to sell a good or service, if you have something that you can sell into the market, and you have to go through all of this pain in order to take some of that as your to receive it essentially as a payment method. So I don't think it's going to be something that gets addressed in the near term, but I think as more of this, more of the utility of Bitcoin comes to light, even for savers, at some point you have to sell. But why does the government get like a significant percentage of it? I think long-term capital gains is still like around 10% or something like that. That makes it tremendously unfair, especially if you've earned it already and have been taxed on that money multiple times through salary, income tax, and state tax, and maybe even a state tax and things like that. There's a lot of different ways in which you're taxed on your money already. It would be nice if this didn't exist. But that said, like, I don't think it's as big a deal as the strategic Bitcoin reserve at the moment. Like, practically speaking, it is actually kind of a bigger deal for the actual holders, because you can you can transact without worrying about tax implications. But from sort of a macro perspective and where Bitcoin is going, like, strategic Bitcoin reserve is a bigger deal, I think, and it's a bigger step towards worldwide adoption.
We'll be taking a break in a short minute. Sorry, McSweeney, do you want to finish your thoughts?
I was going to say I was pretty confused by all these rumors. I mean, the White House has no power to unilaterally eliminate or cut taxes. So this would be within Congress's remit. I would be stunned if they put an exception of this and say like a spending bill or something. But this is never going to begin in the White House. I mean, unless they put it in like a budget proposal or something. So just throwing it out there. I was very, very surprised and kind of amused by these rumors out there.
Interesting. Well, we'll unpack that a bit later. As mentioned, counting down to 3 p.m., President Trump will leave the White House, where he's at the first ever crypto summit. Now, again, going to take a short break in about 5 minutes. Want to go through the recent headlines, get our current guests' thoughts on what we might see. Of course, leaders from the Bitcoin and crypto industry in D.C. right now talking. We understand the meeting begins at 1:30. Trump expected to talk at 3 p.m. Going to roll through the headlines from this morning. Obviously, the Bitcoin reserve news now spreading globally. So, the announcement heard last night in the U.S. Is happening all around the world. I checked the news this morning in Russian and Arabic. Here we have a post in China, where countries around the world forced to acknowledge that the United States is now doing this. This morning on CNBC, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent saying the U.S. is looking forward to acquiring more Bitcoin, or looking for ways forward to do that. I know, McSweeney, you've been talking about the budgeting proposals there, the ins and outs. Of course, the news this morning that there would be a live address. It was unclear whether this would be a closed doors summit completely, or there would be an address. We now know there will be an address. We'll be showing it live a little bit later on the stream, so stay tuned. Next, we had the White House coming out saying they're going to audit their current Bitcoin and crypto holdings. So some confirmation that really, I think the big signal here that hasn't been done. So it could lead to some interesting things there. And then most recently, U.S. Congressman French Hill encouraging Trump to work with Congress to fund the Bitcoin reserve, but again, making the appeal that America should lead on digital assets. Of course, all this happening while we're waiting for news in Utah, where there should be a yes-no decision on what is the most promising state-level Bitcoin reserve bill. Jimmy, while we've still got your time here, wondering, what are you expecting from today's White House summit? Has it already delivered for you? Are you happy that the strategic reserve is in place? Do you need something more? What are you looking for at this meeting to come out of this meeting?
Yeah, I think in a sense the thunder has been already stolen last night with Davis Sachs and the executive order. I think this was game theoretically what was going to happen anyway, because like I said, Kyle Samani and Brad Garlinghouse probably hate each other. They're the only thing that they're going to be able to agree on is Bitcoin. I suspect it'll be mostly the people at the meeting saying, "Great job, Mr. President," and I'm all for this. Maybe Paolo will be asking for their money back on the BitFinex hack that's in the possession of the United States, or I don't know. Maybe he'll offer to take it in treasuries. I don't know. Maybe that's a possibility, and that way they can keep the Bitcoin reserve. But yeah, I don't. Maybe there's a few things around Operation Choke Point, and just industry things that everyone is concerned about, like just okay, where are the different concerns of exchanges and holders of these coins and so on. I mean, the practical things I think are the things that they'll be talking about. I don't know if there'll be any executive policy per se, other than maybe like something with the SEC, right? That's been like a big thing for a lot of these players is they don't like what the SEC has been doing. But again, like most of these lawsuits have been dropped, and SEC enforcement, like since Gensler's left, that's been the case. So where are they going to go from there? I'm not sure, but I suspect we'll get something like "Good job, Mr. President" kind of vibe out of it, more so than here's the stuff that we're going to fight about or anything like that.
Yeah, well, it was some good photo ops and some good tweets, I'm assuming. Michael McSweeney, while we've still got you, before we rotate out and welcome our next guests, again, counting down to 3 p.m. from the perspective of Blockworks, your news reporting, what are you looking for Trump to say? Can he surprise? What's left in store for you today that you're looking for?
Well, I think Jimmy's totally correct in that what will likely come out of today are good vibes, thank yous, like trying to sort of, today feels almost like the true kickoff of this new relationship between the crypto industry and the U.S. government. So I suspect that Trump's comments will be to that effect. We don't know if he's going to be reading from a script, if it'll be more freewheeling, the weave, as they say. But I suspect that it'll be a lot of positivity, coming out of the support that the industry lent to Trump and Republicans more broadly. I wouldn't be surprised if maybe we get a little bit of signal toward, say, as Congress is moving toward potentially putting in place a legislative regulatory framework for digital assets, maybe some of the administration's asks and preferences for legislation of that kind. Maybe we'll get a taste of that. I suspect that maybe this particular forum could be a place where the industry's preferences on that front can be expressed to those in the administration. Again, tough to say, but I imagine positivity, some good photo ops, and probably a stepping stone for more specific deliberative conversations that maybe if you look at the potential size of the group gathering, it seems like it's going to be quite a few people. I suspect that maybe this will be a stepping off point to smaller, more deliberative conversations that are maybe a bit more honest, and do trend into the, hey, here's what's still not working for us. How can we work together on this? But it's all very exciting, and I think there's a lot more to come.
Well, it's all happening on blockworks.co and, of course, across Twitter. We'll be right back with a special live stream. History is happening right now in Washington, D.C. Donald Trump meeting with Bitcoin and crypto industry executives, talking about the strategic reserve, charting a course for America to lead on Bitcoin. The voters have been asking it for years. We're going to see it happen. We'll be right back after this break with some more special guests unpacking what this means for America and the world as the nation-state space race to accumulate Bitcoin begins. We'll be back after a short break. Hey everybody, welcome back to the special edition of the Supply Shock podcast. Here we're talking Bitcoin, talking the U.S. Strategic Reserve, talking about what's happening right now in America as America embraces Bitcoin for the first time. We've got a new round of special guests here. Before we dive into the news, go over to blockworks.co, check out Digital Assets Summit. It's happening in March. There'll be folks like me from the Bitcoin space there representing interests amongst the crypto space that will be gathered there. So introducing our next round of guests, Jimmy Song. He was just on earlier, renowned author and commentator. You know him from projects like the Little Bitcoin Book, and also Gary Leland joining, founder of the BitBlock Boom conference happening in Dallas this year, in Texas, I know, coming up in April. Gary, welcome to the stage. Happy to have you here. How you doing? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm doing great. Can you hear me? That's the question.
Yes, I can, sir. Well, it's great to have you here, and history being made. Would love to get your thoughts. Was talking to Jimmy before the break about what we're seeing in Washington today. I want to rewind it back to when you started BitBlock Boom, the longest running Bitcoin conference, in the world now in 2017. Maybe you can talk about what the industry was like then and just your reaction to seeing America make the strategic Bitcoin reserve. It's real today. For the first time in America, the Bitcoin will not be sold. Your thoughts, Gary?
Well, everything's just happening at a much faster pace than I expected. You know, I think everybody here agrees. We all knew everything is happening was going to happen. But if you just said everything is going to happen by 2025, I don't know if I would have really thought it was going to happen that quick. So I think it's amazing. I would have liked to have seen on the reserve a little more, I don't know, something definitely that where we're obtaining it or something. I think that would have been good news instead of that just we're going to transfer $200,000 in there. I assume they're going to come up with some methods at this meeting that they're having today or at the summit as to how they're going to obtain these. That'll be more definite than what we see now. I do want to say one thing though, Pete. When we were at Sailor's house and you were running that stream there, I said that Texas would be the first state to have a reserve. And I was told I was incorrect. And I think I was justified yesterday by Texas becoming the first state to have do a law for a Bitcoin reserve. Am I correct on that?
So Texas, the Bitcoin reserve only passing the House still needs to pass. Only passing the Senate still needs to pass in the House of Representatives. As I mentioned before today, Utah voting, and we're expecting this would be a final vote. So Texas, no Bitcoin reserve yet, but could very well happen this year. Obviously, interested to get Texas and Jimmy Song's commentary on that. But Utah expected to happen today. I've got on another screen here open to the Utah.
Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me?
Yeah, it could happen. Utah could beat Texas to Bitcoin. Maybe let's talk about the state level stuff. That's fun. There was a race here to get to Bitcoin buying. Jimmy, your take on this race of the states versus Donald Trump?
Yeah, and this is not something that I really expected, that the states would act this fast, but it kind of makes sense because it is a popular issue, at least at the local level. And certainly if you do it, you can kind of make a name for yourself and get on a lot of these, crypto-focused media, right? By proclaiming this or whatever, and it's very rare for a state rep to get any sort of national coverage on anything. So I think for a lot of these state level representatives and senators, they're seeing it as sort of like an opportunity to lead and do something that's actually different. So seeing that, the conversation is there at the national level, and seeing sort of like what El Salvador has done with it, what Bhutan has done with it, and other even like companies and like MicroStrategy and individuals, they're saying, well, why don't we get in on this action? Because obviously they have their own budgets to think about and their own constituencies to think about. And for Texas in particular, just the mining is such a big part of the Texas economy now, especially in rural areas. Rockdale, Texas was once the home of Alcoa, and if you know anything about aluminum processing, it requires a lot of energy. And when they left for Mexico, something like 15 years ago, that was a big, like, it was huge in the sense that, like, a lot of people were devastated, a lot of people were laid off, and the town was like kind of in the gutter. And then Riot comes in with their Bitcoin mining facility. It's been a godsend for that community. So those things matter, right? The little things. It's not just about hey, we want to do this finance bro thing that these libertarians want. It's actually like something that is at the grassroots, and a lot of these state level officials are taking notice and trying to push in that direction.
Well, of course, we're all co-authors of the book Bitcoin and the American Dream. Gary, I want to turn it over to you to talk about that project. That was where we met for the first time. We bonded over our Bitcoin experience. What are the people in your life saying about you? They obviously know you as the Bitcoin boomer, the Bitcoin guy in their lives. Are they talking to you about what Trump is doing here? Is it resonating? Are there more questions than answers right now? What are you seeing in terms of, when we were writing that book 3 years ago, we were educating a lot of people in Washington. Has it changed? Is there awareness? Is there, even excitement amongst the people in your community?
I feel I saw more. Well, first of all, that book was quite an experience. Sharing Airbnb with 6 people for a week was quite an experience, for sure. But, I feel like I have 6 friends anywhere I go. I could call them up and say, hey, I'm stuck on the side of the road. Come bring me some gas, or bring me an electric charger, I guess now. But yeah, that was quite an experience, and I made some good friends. I'm not hearing as much as I did, I feel, back then. To me, I don't know if everybody that was interested is figured it out, or if people are just more complacent, or if it's not new to them anymore. But in my peer group, when I go, I'll have, like the other night, I went to dinner with quite a few other couples, maybe 6 other couples. And one person said, hey, sometime in the future, I need you to explain this Bitcoin to me. And that was it. That was the whole conversation. No one else picked up on it at the table at all, which I've gotten to the point now that I don't really push it like I used to push it. I was on a mission from God for most of my life to tell everybody about Bitcoin. I was I just didn't go door to door, riding my bike door to door. But I told everybody, to the point that my wife would tell me when we went to a party not to talk about Bitcoin, because that was all I could talk about. Now I keep pretty quiet about it, and I've actually felt like I need to start probably removing Bitcoin off of my personal spaces to be more incognito than I have been. I've been out there pretty big. But I haven't been hearing as much chatter and getting near as many questions. For instance, when Bitcoin went up to 60 last time in 2020, oh my gosh, I had people contacting me who I hadn't seen since elementary school, on Facebook and stuff, wanting to find out about it, which I'm having none of that this time. So I don't know what that means, but that's what I see.
So you're seeing maybe a little bit less enthusiasm. Jimmy, do you think maybe this is because when we were writing this book, I know our goal was for there to be a bipartisan approach to the industry. I know for a lot of people who have, I'm from the Northeast, negative feelings about the election. It does feel that Bitcoin is now partisan, is now sort of one party's issue, that one party is benefiting from it. Do you think this partisanship plays in the role here? And have you seen any evidence of this partisanship? Do you agree now that maybe in the U.S. Bitcoin's future is a partisan issue?
Well, I mean, it might be, and who knows how it actually plays out. But I mean, there's plenty of interest on the Democrat side on this issue, and I don't think it's a single party thing. There was a tweet the other day that I saw where someone said, the big turn here could be that after Trump had put out the tweet about Salana and ADA and stuff, it's like, well, if the Democrats want to win on this issue, they should just go Bitcoin only. And that would be like the ultimate sort of turn and way for them to win the issue. The Elizabeth Warren wing of that of the Democratic Party, I think, is waning in influence. The sort of the younger, more dynamic people in the Democratic Party are actually very friendly towards Bitcoin, including people like Cory Booker and even like Gillibrand and some others. There's a lot of openness just like from a generational standpoint because they're younger and they know a lot more of the people that are in this industry and so on. So I suspect that it'll be partisan for a little bit, but like most things that keep winning, you're going to want a piece of it. So I can't imagine it staying a partisan thing. Just any like we're at a point in the divide of American politics where just anything that Trump says he's for, the Democrats will say that they're not for. Maybe it changes once you have another Republican administration. I'm thinking like J.D. Vance in like 4 years or something like that. But they can't do this forever. It's too good of an issue, and it's too powerful to just sort of let the Republicans take all of it. I can't imagine it staying partisan for very long.
Gary, your thoughts on whether partisanship is at play here?
Well, I was going to just first say, if I remember correctly, guys, wasn't Cory Booker's staff at our book opening up in D.C.? I feel like I met some of their staff, so I know they're interested in he's interested in Bitcoin, or he wouldn't have sent him over there.
Yeah, I not just Cory Booker, but a lot of others. I think Chuck Schumer's maybe staff was there as well. Several others I can't remember, but yeah, I mean, during our book launch in DC, there were a bunch of people from the Democrat side for sure.
I don't know who said to make it a Bitcoin thing instead of a crypto thing, and that it would get everybody on board. But I think they need to do that anyway, even if it doesn't get everybody on board.
Well, maybe let's talk about that again, about that piece where the Trump administration, is pro Bitcoin, but they are also pro crypto, right? Maybe let's talk about that piece, because I think, our hope when writing that book would be that American policymakers would see the difference between Bitcoin and cryptocurrencies. In some respects, Trump designated the crypto assets for a stockpile and Bitcoin for a reserve is a marker of that. But very clearly, the money and the lobbying here, I would say, even as Bitcoin maximalists, I mean, I share a lot of the concerns that a lot of the Democrats have and the American people have about our industry spending in Washington, how that's being used, and especially these changes now at the SEC where meme coins are commodities. Jimmy, maybe you can talk about some of these areas where maybe the Trump administration, while their policy sort of helps the industry, isn't as sophisticated as it could be.
Yeah, I mean, not just sophisticated, but it's like downright permissive of all the fraud that's going on in this industry. I mean, we've seen a lot of meme coins that pump and dump, including Trump coin, right? Like that to me was just absolutely inexcusable that he did something like that. Basically rug pulled a whole bunch of people.
Now I have had that mentioned to me, Jimmy, by some
especially like if you're on the Democrat side. That's an easy issue that you could win on, but they don't seem to be pushing it very much. And Javier Milei obviously had his coin as well, and that seemed to have actually put a significant dent into the meme coin phenomenon. Right after he got in trouble with it, I mean, they were talking about impeaching him based on that particular thing. Just meme coins like cratered. And before that, it was literally like tens of thousands of meme coins being launched per day. So this is an issue that Democrats can win on. But they don't seem that interested in trying to go down that route. And I'm not sure if it's like a big priority for them. And maybe there's some conflict between like the Warren wing and the Booker wing of the party where
how do we feel about the meme coins as commodities? It's a specific one where I think as a person in the industry, we know that these groups are, made by insiders. Their purpose is purely speculative. I think Dave Portnoy was the great example. I'm not sure if you both watched his 3 meme coin launches where he adopted a meme coin as his own. Then he launched 2 other coins, and he has a great quote. I like to give people credit where they're due, but he said, hey, I'm getting all this hate because I'm a long-term hodler of I can't remember the name of the coin, whatever Dave Portnoy's coin was, and he said, I've held the coin for an hour and a half. So to say a lot about the crypto space. Are people in your lives, are they doing are getting into meme coins? And then, why do you think this is something where, because I would argue, I think the government should step in here and I think put restrictions around this to help protect people, because right now it does feel like the Wild West. It does feel like people are losing money, and they are could be better educated. How do you both feel about it?
Well, I don't see much of it really, because old boomers are having a hard time even getting on Bitcoin, much less getting on meme.
They're not on Pump.fun.
Yeah. So I mean, they're still working on ETFs because they can't figure out how to do Bitcoin. So I don't see a lot of that. But when you said that Portnoy was saying he's a longtime hodler, my God, how many times has he bought Bitcoin? That quote makes sense now when I heard the last part of it, because he couldn't even hold Bitcoin. That guy's got the most paper hands of anyone I've ever met.
It's unfortunate he doesn't have like a very good understanding of Bitcoin. But regarding meme coins, I don't know a single person in my life that's traded a meme coin. I think it's like a very small contingent online that does these pumps and dumps, and I suspect that they have gambling problems anyway, and that's where they're going for the action. But yeah, I mean, I think these probably should be considered securities in some way, or if you're going to have these rules about securities of all this other stuff and sort of let this one go, well, this like a wide open barn door that everyone's like going to walk through to do their scamming, and that seems to be the case. But I mean, the market's kind of figuring it out on its own. Meme coins are nowhere near as popular as they were, say, like even 3 months ago. So I think it'll go away on its own. It doesn't necessarily need to have government intervention. The things that I do get asked about on a daily basis are altcoins that have been pumping. So XRP for a while, because they had this narrative around.
That's a big one, and people in my life texting about that, especially that it's amazing how long that has lasted.
I even have a neighbor myself that bought XRP. I mean,
and the thing that they're asking about is, okay, well, this could be the rails of a CBDC or something like that, and that seems to be the main narrative that Brad Garlinghouse and company have been promoting is, hey, we're an American-made crypto. This, by the way, was a line that they attempted to draw, and actually brought in people like Trump Jr. Not just Bitcoin, but also U.S.-based altcoins or something like that. But that didn't really fly, because how do you even define that? And most of these coins have some U.S. presence anyway, so that wasn't a viable line that they could draw either. But XRP, I mean, I've heard some things about Salana as well. But I think people know that Salana is just like a launching pad for all these meme coins, and they don't want to be involved in that. So XRP, for whatever reason, I suspect it's mostly around the narratives that they're able to keep pumping on. Seems to have a little bit more staying power on that regard. And obviously this past week with, the Trump announcement, ADA, Salana, and XRP, those three coins, I was watching that day, those three coins pumped 40%, ADA more than any of the others. Those are the things that people pay attention to. But I think they already know that it's mostly about gambling and pumping and dumping and trying to get in and out at the right time, more so than holding anything for the long term. The people that hold things, they're all in on Bitcoin. And I don't know if you want to talk about the depression in the Ethereum market, but
we can get into that. I was going to say, it's 1:30 p.m. Eastern right now. So as I understand it, the White House, the first ever White House Digital Asset Summit, I think is the official name, is happening now. We would expect that Trump is now in the room with the 25 industry participants who we know are assembling. So I wanted to talk about the representation within this constituency. 25 names, but we have a lot of major exchange owners. We, of course, have Michael Saylor, who's been a great Bitcoin advocate, but a lot of people from this crypto side of the industry, this VC side of the industry, with their agendas. I guess, how do you guys see what's happening in the room right now, where there's so few Bitcoin advocates, perhaps? Is there a danger here that something could be happening, or how do you expect the game theory of what's going on inside the room to happen now, Jimmy or Gary?
Well, I think
Yeah,
Bitcoin's going to walk out of this the leader. I mean, I still do. I mean, actually, wasn't it called a Bitcoin reserve?
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, I think that pretty much states what's going to happen there on that. I mean, and that's all I care about is Bitcoin reserve.
Jimmy, any thoughts from you on this constituency and the what concerns you might have?
Yeah, give me a second. Somebody in the comments is saying that my mic is, it is the wrong one. All right, so okay, maybe my voice sounds better now because somebody, thank you, Adam McBride, for saying that in the comments. All right, so I was a little upset that there weren't more Bitcoiners, but just like I said before, the dynamics of that room, when you have all these exchange people and you have all these people from different cryptos, is going to be that they're going to not enjoy each other's company too much. They're going to be arguing against each other. Like if say like Salana gets into a reserve and XRP doesn't, you think Brad Garlinghouse is going to be happy about that? So it's either going to be all or nothing. But then if it's all, then obviously there's a lot of other cryptos that aren't represented in that room. So again, where do you draw the line? So I think the only reasonable thing that they're going to be able to come to is to say, okay, well, Bitcoin, because that's the first one, that's the most important one. It has 60% market dominance and everything else. Let's just do that, and then everything else we can talk about later, or we can make the argument in some other way. Because they were like, despite the fact that they've all sort of contributed a lot to Trump's campaign and have supported him and everything else, they're not going to get special treatment because of that, because everyone has done that, right? Like, the Salana people and the XRP people and the Ethereum people, they've all contributed. So you can't just sort of exclude one without pissing the other two off. So I think that's what's going to happen. They're all going to be very happy with the fact that there is a Bitcoin strategic reserve, or strategic Bitcoin reserve, and that there's a crypto, what was it, stockpile is what it was called.
Yes.
Yeah. And at the very least, they're like, okay, we're still on the radar. Their bigger concern, I think, will be more about regulatory sort of protection, and I think they'll probably be quietly lobbying for that more than anything else. Also, this meeting's only like 30 minutes, right? It's like, if you have 15 people and 30 minutes, you're going to get maybe a minute or two to speak at the most, because obviously Trump is talking for about 20 minutes of it. So like you're not going to be able to say that much. So yeah, that's what I suspect.
Well, I'd be remiss to having you both on, not talking about the other news. Of course, waiting now for Donald Trump to come out of this meeting, address the nation, talking about Bitcoin, perhaps for the first time in a dedicated way as president. Want to bring in that Bitcoin's happening on the global stage right now. We mentioned, Bhutan earlier. We talked about Belarus coming out this week, talking about mining. The big story, I think, in Bitcoin is what the IMF, the International Monetary Fund, is now doing in El Salvador. El Salvador accepting that $1.4 billion aid package to help their economy and their country, but under those conditions, forced to stop mining Bitcoin, forced to stop buying Bitcoin. So before we turn it over to our next guest, would love to get the reactions to this other activity on the global stage. How are people in Bitcoin viewing this? Why is the IMF so hell-bent on getting El Salvador, this small Latin American nation, to stop interacting with the Bitcoin network? And what are your reactions, Jimmy?
Yeah, I suspect this is like part of the previous administration's funding that sort of caused it. I've been told through other people that they've been offering a loan to El Salvador over and over for the past few years, and Bukele kept saying no. And they finally took it when they got a below market interest rate. from the IMF. So in a sense, they had to, I think, because they had other IMF loans that were coming due, and if they had to refinance at the current market interest rates, it would have been very hurtful to their country, because obviously a significant part of their government budget would have had to go towards it. So this was, I think, like a temporary compromise. Now it's not entirely clear whether they can continue buying Bitcoin. I think at least up until April, probably up until December, they can keep buying Bitcoin as it has been reported. And the IMF does seem sort of hell bent on preventing them from being more on the Bitcoin standard, but the IMF is like largely controlled by the U.S. So under a Trump administration, I suspect that maybe some of those conditions go away, right? Or the IMF gets replaced, or this stuff gets renegotiated. So in that case, then they can keep stacking. They can, Chivo wallet was never really that great anyway. So I think that's a big positive. So yeah, we'll see. Time tends to show on all these things.
Right, in 2021, that El Salvador would, they enacted the legal tender bill. Now that's gone. Obviously, Bukele, defiant, seems passionate about the community. But even, some of his remarks kind of calling out, I can't remember the exact words, but sort of would-be Bitcoiners, sort of, a little bit of, it sounded like frustration with the community about the support that El Salvador has received, now that attention is moving over to America. So I'm just curious, what would you say to Bitcoiners out there about El Salvador? Should we re-engage? Are we doing enough to help Bukele on the stage right now, in your view?
I mean, he's doing a great job on his own, right? The country is flourishing, and you can see it every time you go. Right? I've been there 5 times now, and each time I go, it looks better and better, and that's a good thing. The country is kind of developing and having new industries and trying different things. That's what a good leader should be doing. So unfortunately, he has sort of like a large legacy of debt from previous administrations that took on way too much money and embezzled a lot of it, spent it on cronies and so on, and he's having to unfortunately pay for that. So I feel for him because I'm sure this wasn't an easy decision to take the IMF money. It would have been great if he were able to just give them the middle finger and continue on the Bitcoin standard, but I don't think it was financially viable. So we are where we are. So the realpolitik of the situation is that he's taken the money, and he as Bitcoin grows and does better, I'm sure he'll be in a better position. But Lee Kuan Yew had very similar sort of decisions to make during Singapore's rise, and sometimes you have to make a little compromise to make everything work.
Jimmy, appreciate your thoughts. Thanks for coming on and swinging by the podcast. Gary, turning over to you. Thoughts on IMF, El Salvador, just this idea that Bitcoin is the focal point in conflict now, happening just internationally, globally, etc.
Well, as far as I have to agree with Jimmy, the wallet that they had down there wasn't that exciting to begin with. But who could care about that wallet? If the United States government came out with a wallet tomorrow, like El Salvador did, and everybody said, use that wallet. I mean, I don't know a maxi that would use the United States government's wallet. So I don't see where that's a big issue, that we lost a government-controlled wallet. I mean, everybody should actually be kind of happy about that. There are plenty of wallet substitutes out there. So I don't see where that's any issue at all. I agree also what's going to happen is going to happen down there. I'm really more concerned about the U.S. than I am El Salvador. So I'm real happy with where we're at right now. As I said, when this started, there's no way when I got into Bitcoin, I thought we would be where we're at now. So with the rate that we're moving, I have a question for you. Did you get that sign, that Bitcoin sign there from Bitcoin Sign Guy?
Oh, that's a long story. It is an original from the Bitcoin sign guy himself, but it's an unrecognized and unvalidated version. But he did create it, and I don't know, but it's not authenticated yet.
Yeah. I got. It's not one of 21s.
No, I've been petitioning it to get it as 0 of 21 because he did create it for a video shoot that we did. But the artist. You can't argue with artists. But Gary, thanks for coming by.
Oh yeah, thanks for having me. I appreciate it. I always enjoy seeing you, Guy.
Love seeing you as well. We'll be there in April for BitBlock Boom. I know I owe you some stuff on the presentations, but we'll get some great stuff and material out there, and we'll love to be back out there for more education in Texas. Maybe a strategic Bitcoin reserve in Texas live by then. Gary, thanks for coming on the program.
Thanks.
All right, we're counting down now, just an hour and 15 minutes away from the address expected by Donald Trump talking about Bitcoin and crypto issues for the first time as president. We'll be right back with another special guest after this. Stay with us. This is the Supply Shock Podcast happening live. Everybody, welcome back to Supply Shock, happening live, broadcasting on X right now. We are an hour and 13 minutes away from President Trump's Bitcoin and crypto address right now in Washington, D.C. Behind closed doors, a gathering of the industry's best and brightest or most influential happening, discussing with President Trump about issues related to the industry. The Bitcoin Strategic Reserve, of course, passed by executive order yesterday. We're going to bring on a new special guest to discuss the breaking news issues of the day. We've got Brady Dale of Axios, crypto reporter over there, my former colleague at CoinDesk. Brady, how are you today?
I'm good. Good to see you.
It's great to see you as well, sir. And, on a historic day where things are happening, I would love to get your take. Obviously, you're spending your time now trying to get ahead of some of these stories that are happening. What was your reaction to the strategic Bitcoin reserve announcement? Obviously, this was something that was much discussed, much debated, and then materialized out of the blue. Your thoughts on just the announcement and how America is reacting to what Donald Trump has done?
Well, I mean, I guess kind of some inside baseball that I expect you would appreciate. The thing that I think is funny about this story is the way that everybody acted as if the announcement that he made last weekend was the first time he'd ever talked about this. And so so many folks in, our colleagues in the media jumped to this conclusion that it was like, oh, he's going to use taxpayer money to buy all these Bitcoin. And I was just like, well, if you follow the story from the first time he talked about it last summer, all that he's ever talked about is just using what we've already got through, busting different criminals and civil forfeiture. And that does seem like the simplest place to start. So that's probably all it will be. So maybe folks should quit jumping to the conclusion it's something else. And then it was just pretty much exactly that, And so I guess I was pretty unsurprised. It turned out to be the thing that we always thought it would be.
Well, obviously, I think the thing that's captivated the mainstream attention around this is that it seems so far-fetched, right? This idea that America would own Bitcoin. I'm curious from your colleagues. Obviously, Trump has talked about it. Obviously, as you're saying, the people who have called the balls and strikes, we know that Trump came out in July, talked about making a stockpile and putting the Bitcoin aside.
We were both there in Nashville when it happened.
Exactly. We saw, Cynthia Lummis present the Bitcoin bill and the funding plan, so this has been bubbling under the surface for 6, 7, 8 months. But I think for a lot of the mainstream media, it's really taken them by surprise that this actually has happened. I think part of that is through the attitudes of the last administration, obviously being so negative. Elizabeth Warren, obviously the FTX collapse and the Sam Bankman-Fried. So I know you have the book out about that subject as well. So, how is the reaction? What are the reaction you're seeing when you talk to people about this? Is it disbelief? Is it incredulity that America would actually designate a special status for Bitcoin?
Well, I do. I think the big reaction I'm seeing from folks is, a boost like this for Bitcoin is going to be primarily good for people who already have Bitcoin, which means it's going to be largely folks who are kind of well off. And I get that critique. It's a fair critique, and I guess from a policy standpoint, I kind of don't see why the U.S. wouldn't sell off its Bitcoin and also, frankly, sell off its gold, and just pay down debt. I mean, like, the gold has appreciated so much and we're not doing anything with it anymore. So I get the arguments against it. I guess the thing that I just was disappointed by was folks not just paying attention to what had actually been said and sort of assuming that this expenditure of taxpayer funds is going to happen when that just hasn't, like, the president has never even endorsed Loomis's bill, right? Loomis's bill is out there. She announced it the same day he announced the stockpile idea, but he's never said, like, I think that's a great idea. So there's been no hint at any point that there would be any taxpayer expenditure. So I find it frustrating that people keep coming back to that. The other thing, though, I don't know if you saw this, but this is, I think, for the Bitcoin fans out there listening, this was a really big day for them. I was on this pre-briefing with a senior White House official, and they were talking on background about all this. And one of the things they said on that, and I reported this earlier, is that the administration views Bitcoin as special. And so it's the only one that they're going to try to figure out ways to buy more of. They're not going to try to buy more of anything else. So there's no clarity on that yet, like what the buying more means, like what the budget neutral strategies will be. My guess is Howard Lutnick has some idea on that he wants to announce in his own time. That would be, I don't have any reason. That's just my guess. But it's only Bitcoin they're going to do that for. Very clear.
Let's talk about that, because obviously, myself and you have been in this industry for a long time. And there was the reaction when Trump came out, on Sunday on Truth Social, initially branding this as a strategic crypto reserve, not even mentioning Bitcoin in the initial tweet, talking about XRP, ADA, and Sol, I believe, were the cryptocurrencies mentioned. What is your stance and view on the ultimate special distinction for Bitcoin? And myself, as someone who, is in the Bitcoin first camp of the cryptocurrency community, I think I've come around to this idea that Bitcoin is special, unique. It has different properties. It's differentiated. It is different than the other crypto assets. What is your view on that? Is that the view of the industry in your view, or what did you make of this sort of switch from the crypto reserve to the Bitcoin reserve?
I don't really think there was a switch, to be honest. I think my guess is that when Trump wrote that Truth Social message, he sort of thought everyone already knew that he had been talking about a Bitcoin reserve all along. So he was just saying, hey, there will be a place for holding on to some other cryptocurrencies. That's how I read it. When everyone else is like, where did Bitcoin go? It's Bitcoin has not gone anywhere. And then so there was the later clarification, like, oh, still going to do Bitcoin. Also, we'll do ETH too, whatever. So I thought it was an overreaction, which is, something we've seen on social media before. I never thought Bitcoin was out. That wasn't my take.
Yeah, but I just mean in terms of the special distinction, right? So
Oh
do
yeah.
you agree that America should have a Bitcoin reserve and a crypto stockpile? And do you think that that is something that you, as a follower of the industry, you think this is the right move for America to make this distinction? Because this feels really like the first formal declaration. For years, Washington D.C. and the regulators have treated Bitcoin and cryptocurrencies is largely synonymous. When I
Hmm.
started reporting in 2013, they were known as virtual currencies.
Hmm.
They're sort of all treated equally. Many departments of the United States government still treat them equally, the IRS and other places. This really might be the first time we've seen a distinguished place for Bitcoin. So I'm curious on your thoughts. Is this the right move? Is this a fair and apt distinction? My argument would be that it would, but curious for your take.
Yeah, I try not to make, judgments on policy as a reporter, but I mean, I agree with you. Bitcoin is unique. It's going to dominate. I have said many times that I would be very surprised if the cryptocurrency world, A, doesn't persist for a very long time, and B, if Bitcoin isn't always the top of it, right? Like, I think it always will be. I think it is special. And the thing that's funny to me is about this whole thing is, the other cryptocurrencies that sort of the other communities that were psyched is like, oh, we're in the mix now too. The only way that they're going to get held on to by the U.S. government is if suddenly they become appealing to criminals. Like, that is like the incentive that they have now, because the fact that they aren't widely used in the black markets is why we don't really have any in the existing U.S. holdings that are controlled by the U.S. Marshals. So it puts them in a funny position. But yeah, no, I at least will go so far as to say that it just, anyone who's followed this for a while, it is obviously true that Bitcoin is quite special. I would also say I think ETH is pretty special too. And beyond that, the rest of them have some proving to do. So it makes it, and so if a government's going to be kind of conservative, it just wants to start with one. I mean, Bitcoin seems like the obvious one. Yeah, of course.
Well, it feels like in many ways, right? This is a discussion that us in the industry are having, and have been having for years. Now it's coming to the government level, and you really for the first time. And I think one of the things I would have probably bet that America would have just done a stockpile because it's easier. You don't have to make distinctions. And, in the words of Peter Schiff, kind of pick winners and losers. I think that's how he viewed it. So if you are one of these other cryptocurrencies that is now designated to the stockpile, I guess what is your sense of what their reaction would be from the kind of folks who are on that side?
I think it has to be wild disappointment. I think that those communities hoped that the U.S. was going to start trying to actively acquire some of them. When I was reading into this, when the thing that did confuse me last Sunday, when Trump said, okay, we're going to have XRP, we're going to have Sol, we're going to have Cardano, right? I looked at what Arkham Intelligence says that the U.S. has in its existing stockpile, and I didn't see any of those. And so I thought to myself, like, what does this mean the U.S. is going to do? Does it mean that that we're going to make targets for a percentage of each of those, and they're going to sell some Bitcoin to buy some Cardano, so it wouldn't impact taxpayers? That just seemed to start getting the government, and then the government's kind of basically a trader, right? The government's like running an index, which seems strange. And now that seems pretty clear that's not what it is. It's just if they happen to bust someone and they've got $1 million of Cardano, then they'll just keep it. And if they don't ever bust anyone who has that, then they'll just never be Cardano in the stockpile, Like, there is a line item in the ledger for those cryptocurrencies, but they may never have anything but zero on them.
Well, Commerce Secretary Besant coming out, Treasury Secretary Besant coming out today, and really kind of maybe breaking with that. I'm going to show a tweet here from my account this morning, coming on CNBC and really making clear, because I think when the announcement broke, it wasn't clear, right? Initially, it did feel like everything was a forfeiture, but then I believe it was Fox Business Eleanor Trennett who really kind of dug through the actual fine print of the bill. And found that there was essentially this clause, right? This earmark.
Oh yeah, the budget neutral. Yeah, that's neutral.
Yeah. But this idea that there would be budget neutral ways for America to acquire new Bitcoin.
Yeah.
Bissett coming out today and saying, look, that is something that we do want to do. So what's your reading of budget neutral? What is budget neutral? Do you have a sense for what this means and what this implies for the Bitcoin reserve?
So I don't know exactly. That's the thing I want to do more reporting on. I just want to say I also wrote about that in my first story on it, Pete. I didn't miss it. But like, okay, so here's an example. I mean, Eleanor's been crushing it. I'm not going to argue that she's not, but it's just, we all saw that. So here's an example of something that might be in terms of sort of the thinking of folks in the administration. Like Howard Lucknett was on Pomp's podcast before Trump was even elected. And he made an interesting comment that stuck with me in there. He was like, one way in which the US government is missing out on revenue is the military does tons of research for free and then just gives that away to all these different companies to, make stuff for it and just gives them the research, right? We could start, for example, licensing that research out and making some money off of it, right? So I have a feeling the US government is gigantic. I have a feeling there's a million missed opportunities along those lines, like things that we're doing that could be revenue generating that we're just not generating revenue off of. So I suspect that, Bessent and Lutnick have some ideas along those lines. They're going to reveal in their own time that would, they would just be new lines of revenue that we could be getting off of things that we're doing that, nobody had thought of before. That's what I think it's going to mean. And then with those new lines of revenue, they'll buy some Bitcoin.
Looking at some headlines here, this is a fun one that just dropped now from USA Today. So we've made it to the upper echelons of mainstream media, coming to Holiday Inns around the world.
Yeah.
Trump is establishing a U.S. crypto reserve. What is Bitcoin again? Do you think this is a reintroduction of Bitcoin and cryptocurrency to the general public, or what's your sense? I guess again, being a reporter who is focused on Bitcoin or cryptocurrencies, but also talking to people out there and other people in the press and the media. Do you think this gets the mainstream media to re-engage with Bitcoin and cryptocurrency in a meaningful way?
For sure it does. I think at this point, everyone knows the word Bitcoin. I think we are at a point where that is like a familiar term, but we're still just so far away from people really getting what it means. Folks just really haven't wrapped their head around the idea that no one controls it and how that can possibly, there's just so many facets of it, which I think is still lost on people. Their eyes just glaze over. So I think this is one more chance to get people just a little bit further down that road.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Well, what are you looking for? What stories are you watching? Obviously happening now in Washington, D.C., behind this closed door meeting. Do you have a sense of, we had talked about it earlier on this program, something with capital gains tax, some sort of announcement related to taxation, and now that appears people are walking that back and saying maybe that won't happen. Is there another big announcement that could come today in just an hour when Trump takes the stage and addresses the public?
I would definitely say there's not going to be a tax announcement. I feel confident saying that. I do think Trump is going to surprise us today, and I'm basing this just on paying attention to Trump. Trump likes, he likes good new TV. He likes new announcements. The crypto reserve, my view, is yesterday's story. They're going to say some more things about it. They'll reveal a little bit more. I don't think we're going to get the budget neutral strategies. I think those are moments for Bessent and for Lutnick later on. I'm expecting something else, though, maybe, a thing that would fit with some of the things that the president talked about at his State of the Union was maybe some deal with an energy company to get some new chunk of energy supply online. That would excite a lot of Bitcoin miners. Maybe he's cut some deal to bring some new Bitcoin mine to some part of the country that he's interested in. Maybe he's going to bring in someone from the SEC to just suddenly approve one of these ETFs that are out there. I expect something along those lines today, and I expect it to come. I just feel like this administration is good at doing these head fakes. They get everyone talking about one thing, and then they change the subject, which gets them a fresh new round of headlines, right? So I don't know what it is. I don't have an inside scoop on it, but I'm just reading the tea leaves, and that's what I think. Something along those lines is going to happen.
We'll be following your reporting in Axios, of course. Talking about the global media response again, it does seem like the international response to the Bitcoin Strategic Reserve a bit muted, right? There haven't been any global leaders who have really opined on it. I've been scanning the news today in Arabic and Russian and Japanese and Korean. I think you saw a little bit earlier in this week, South Korea's Democratic Party, trying to put it on the roadmap for things to investigate because of Trump and saying, this is U.S. policy now. Obviously, there's a lot of industry interest in creating this idea of a geopolitical race, right? That America is buying Bitcoin, and therefore, you, China, you, Russia, you, the European Union, have to kind of get on board with this strategy as well, or you'll be left behind. What is your thoughts on that narrative? Is it real? or is it just the product of kind of the best intentions of the community?
I have always thought that if the US decides to own some Bitcoin, some other countries are going to do it too. I don't know how fast they'll do it. My guess is a bunch of them could do it pretty quickly, the exact same way that we have. I mean, I know Germany just unloaded a ton. It probably still has some of that left. I remember Bulgaria got its hands on a ton. So I just feel like there's probably a lot more of those sort of similar opportunities out there, and folks will want to do it just to make just sort of make Trump happy. I'm curious what you think. I mean, I know it's been a smaller group of the Bitcoin community, but there is still a group that isn't that excited about governments doing this. They feel like it's Bitcoin getting in bed with government, which makes them anxious. I mean, where do you stand on that one?
Well, look, I think that one of the interesting social phenomenons of the last, if I think about it from the lens of Bitcoin history and thinking about the perspective of, being here since 2013, the America First Bitcoin movement is very sociologically interesting. And I would really say that this was a phenomenon we didn't really see before 2021. Before 2021, I think most of the people who were into Bitcoin and cryptocurrencies, they were people who were, as you said, anti-government. They wanted to build a financial system outside the government. That's why they were here. That's why they were interested. I think COVID really changed that, right? In 2020, you saw a lot of people from the political right get very interested in Bitcoin. This happened around the Canadian trucker movement in 2021, where they were, debanked while protesting the government. This happened during the social media deplatformings during the Biden administration, where certain aspects of the government were weaponized to remove people's ability to speak about these issues. And, from really, you got a sense there, I think, from people who came to Bitcoin because it was a refuge from, these financial systems from which they were being deplatformed. But they also saw an opportunity, a political opportunity that, if there was one political party that embraced Bitcoin and cryptocurrencies, there would be a political advantage. So I think that, this group has really over the last couple of years come to the forefront, but I class them as a specific sociological group within the Bitcoin history because, they are America first and Bitcoin second. And I think that everyone before them, in terms of, people who came to Bitcoin, they were Bitcoin first. And to the extent that they were, patriotic, that was a secondary concern. My worry, I think, with the new group is that they see Bitcoin specifically as a vehicle to further American interests, and then specifically Republican Party and then politically conservative interests. Personally, I think that is a very troubling thing, because it is not necessarily true that alignment has a strong foundation in something specific about the technology, right? And I think this is where the Democrats and sort of the more left kind of leaning parties have, gotten some things wrong, right? I do think that Bitcoin is a tremendous opportunity for the global South. The things that are happening in El Salvador, even if El Salvador is 7% usage penetration of Bitcoin and cryptocurrencies, that's very high. We see what Jack Dorsey and folks are doing in Africa to grow circular economies over there. I do think that for myself specifically, my hope would have been that the El Salvadors and places of the world that have been disenfranchised by the existing financial system would have had more time to build up and come up, and more time to potentially leapfrog, right? That's what you want. You leapfrog technological opportunities like that. But we haven't seen that, and obviously with America kind of leaning forward and leaning into this, I had Nolan Bowerly on the podcast last week. He talked a lot about how America's financial system is fragile. There's a need for America to move to something like a Bitcoin backed bond system, or something where the upper echelons of finance are being intermixed with Bitcoin. Would that have been my preference for America to adopt Bitcoin? I don't think so, right? And I think there's a large amount of the constituency who wants to see Bitcoin be more grassroots. They want to see government kind of stay out of it for very good reasons, right? Because I think that the end result of what has happened might be that Bitcoin is politicized, and it might be that politicization happens globally because Trump is such a divisive figure, but also, that community was smart, right? Like they identified the opportunity, and it was a generational political opportunity. And I think the Democratic and left, parties really haven't realized the extent to which they've been dealt a really poor hand, right? If you think about the Democrats and how they've been associated with technology, the Obama administration, the Clinton administration, the rumor that Al Gore invented the internet is a product of that the Democrats were so forward on internet technologies, right? And I think that America will have to deal with the fact that, the tech movement has now moved to the Republican Party. The tech movement has right. It has moved conservative. And yeah, I'd be curious for your thoughts on this political arrangement, because to me, it feels like it's going to take a lot to get that back. And I think that might be when you hear people like, I had Dennis Porter on the podcast last week talking about the Democrats being in a deep rebuild process. They've lost a core constituency that is tech broadly. And I do think that is going to have ramifications in America for a while.
I mean, I think if we could go back and if we could like dig through the old CoinDesk Slack archives, we would probably find somewhere in there that I had said something about how obviously like crypto is going to be a Dems thing. Back when I first started, when I started working with you back in 2017, I bet I said something like that. And then I couldn't have been more wrong. I've been so perplexed by what the Democrats have done on this, because it just, I used to work in politics and like, I just don't see what the angle was on going so hostile, because obviously there is a small, but, rich group of people who really, really care about this industry, right? And then there's a bunch of people who don't really like it, but like, I can't really imagine it's their number one voting issue, So it's like, you got the choice between like being okay with some people who will be really enthusiastic if you're at least a little bit on their side, or going for this wide array of people who sort of vaguely don't like it, but have other things on their mind. I just don't really get what the thinking was. But yeah, that genie's out of the bottle. I agree with you. It's especially with regard to crypto, it's become a Republican thing. So I just don't know. I can't explain it.
Well, chatting with Brady Dale of Axios right now. Up on the feed, David Marcus arriving at the White House. You've got him right there. This will be the CEO of Lightspeed, a Bitcoin Lightning technology company. So it is happening right now. Trump behind closed doors in Washington, D.C., talking about the strategic Bitcoin reserve, talking about the issues. Brady, while we still have you, I guess, what are the stories that you think are going to dominate the rest of the year? Obviously, the bipartisan nature of the Republican Democrats, this will take years to unwind. What are you thinking the big stories for Bitcoin and crypto will be this year as you're looking at your calendar as a journalist? What are the big stories out there that you're hunting?
I mean, one thing, and I'm not being a shill when I say this. I'm sure some folks will say that I am, but I would just be stunned if Bitcoin doesn't have a big upward swing at some point this year. It's just like, if you've been around for a while, you kind of know how these things work. You can kind of feel it when they're coming. So I think that'll be a big story. And that and then that kind of, when there is a big bull run, that leads to a whole array of other things. That's one thing. I think probably the most important broader crypto story of this year, and I think we'll see resolution on it. I'm going to make that call that resolution is coming. I think we'll see a U.S. stablecoin bill. I think we'll see a big U.S. stablecoin bill. Stablecoins, besides Bitcoin, are the one thing in crypto world that has achieved true product market fit, and that's only growing. So yeah, and beyond that, I guess we'll see. Ethereum is struggling. Everyone was excited about Salana, but all it really had was the meme coin thing recently, and that's over. That's done for now. And nothing else is really on the horizon. I mean, maybe Ethereum gets its act together, like I heard some talk about that when I was in Denver, but I didn't hear a really convincing narrative on it. So I guess those are the two big things: is a run in Bitcoin price at some point towards the end of this year, is how it feels to me, and resolution on stablecoins. Then we'll continue to sort of working around the edges of these other things, like, market structure, how much Bitcoin does the U.S. government buy? Those are interesting stories. They're not huge stories. And so I think those are the two big ones that are at least at all predictable. I mean, you and I both know this space gets nuts. Probably something will come completely out of left field that no one could have possibly expected.
Well, it does feel like, to an extent, I'm curious as a final note before we take a break, it does feel like Bitcoin and crypto are getting to the upper echelons of just the global system, right?
Yeah.
Before you were on, we talked about Bukele and the IMF and sort of that being sort of the final boss, this kind of larger superstructure of the kind of global economy. Do you have a sense on the international landscape? I guess if you were to say some stories that you're looking at, do you have a sense of Europe and these other areas? Where are you looking and saying, okay, I think that things are going to have to get more serious, and this is where they develop?
Well, I mean, maybe in this reserve thing, I just have to take a minor victory lap for myself, or maybe not really, but I remember just before I started at CoinDesk around 2016, I started working on this story about when will government start to hold Bitcoin as a reserve currency? And I did a bunch on that, and everyone just told me I was stupid, and it'll never happen.
You gotta dig that one up. Yeah, that's
yeah. Well, I never published anything because I couldn't get anyone to say anything on it other than just like, you're a moron, and why are you wasting my time with this dumb question? And so, it turned out to be right. So if anything were going to happen internationally, I guess it seems like that's a big one. I could also see another thing internationally as stablecoins become more and more important. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw drama around Tether. If there was a real stablecoin legislation here, that could be coupled with some kind of the West going after Tether in some way. It's like, oh, we've got our stablecoin house in order.
Well, he was invited. Obviously, that's the huge sea change.
Who was invited?
The CEO of Tether is at the Washington, D.C. meeting today.
Oh, sorry, I didn't actually even. That was the thing I didn't know. I hadn't found that yet. So that is.
So more to come. The stablecoin bill in Washington. Yes, we'll be right back. You can go to Axios, follow Brady Dale for his breaking Bitcoin and crypto coverage. This is a live version of Supply Chalk. Go smash that like and subscribe button. We'll be right back. Brady, thanks for joining us after the short break.
Thank you.
Everybody, welcome back to the special live edition of Supply Shock. We're streaming live out to YouTube and X right now. 30 minutes away from Donald Trump taking the stage. Strike that. 45 minutes away from Donald Trump addressing the American public for the first time, talking about what's happening right now in Washington, D.C. behind closed doors, where the Bitcoin and crypto industry executives are gathering. We just had Brady Dale of Axios, one of the industry's top reporters, on to talk about what's happening. Now we go to Mr. Rob Hamilton, one of the Bitcoin industry's preeminent builders. His product Anchor Watch, debuting a few months ago, a Bitcoin native insurance project that has people talking. Rob, Welcome to the program. Great to have you.
Thanks, Pete. Happy to be here. Exciting day. A lot of stuff going on.
It is historic, and I'm guessing you've been watching and seeing what's happening as an industry builder. I was wondering if, just to begin, you could take us through this new Trump administration and your excitement to be building a U.S.-based Bitcoin company with a more supportive administration than maybe we've seen in the past.
It's exceeded my wildest expectations in the sense that all I just wanted to do was be able to be an entrepreneur and live the American dream, right? I'm an American, proud American, believe in, the principles that stand behind, free market capitalism and entrepreneurship. And, for the past couple of years, building a business, it was always this question of, am I going to get, specifically targeted because of the industry we're working in? And those concerns are greatly elated now. And it's really exciting to not only see not even neutrality, but just kind of being welcome with open arms and receptive to, coming, staying in America. I'm already here, hiring more Americans, doing more great work. It's something that I'm incredibly proud of, and it's excited to be building. It's an amazing opportunity.
Well, I think as you look at what's happening in Washington, D.C. today, as someone who's been trying to build a company in America, do you have a sense of, are you looking for specific signaling about certain changes? Obviously, when it comes to the law, a lot needs to be done in Congress, but Trump showing a willingness now to do a lot through executive order. Yesterday, the strategic Bitcoin reserve, there were rumors that he could come out and say something about capital gains taxation. We're now told through the latest reporting that doesn't seem likely. Talking about Operation Choke Point 2.0, how that is being wound down. Is there something you're looking for that Trump could signal or still do that you think the industry should want or should have?
Yeah, I think we've already seen great movement within the executive branch. You're right that ultimately Congress with legislation would have to be the ultimate mover to get more permanent changes. But we've seen a great warming up already, whether it's the repealing of Staff Accounting Bulletin 121, allowing, kind of being able to hold assets off balance sheet for banks and exchanges and being able to remove those kind of collateral requirements. That's a massive move forward. Really happy to see about Operation Choke Point not having to worry about maintaining banking relationships for running an honest business. For the other things I'm thinking about and being mindful for is just understanding like market structure and kind of the nature of my product and business is around being able to offer insured custody. We're not a custodian ourselves in that traditional sense because the nature of our tech, we never can unilaterally move the money by ourselves, the Bitcoin by ourselves. And it would just be amazing to see a more open framework when it comes to these frameworks around qualified custody relationships and understanding how we can get a more comprehensive framework. When you're actually looking through different businesses in the past, they'll typically go down the path of a state chartered trust. And that really was done out of a measure of extreme risk aversion to be able to be registered as a qualified custodian, because the only other path was the OCC, Office of the Comptroller of the Currency, issuing a license, which only to this point has been opened up to Anchorage. It'd be amazing to have a track where you're able to get federally chartered to be able to conduct business in all 50 states and not having to kind of do this bottom-up states approach from a banking infrastructure license that's already available out to the larger market if you were running a bank, for example.
Well, I think what you're talking about is that the industries have kind of been kept separate. And this was one of my predictions earlier this year, that you're going to see incumbents come into the space this year for the first time. Obviously, that hasn't happened yet, but we did see Bank of America coming out earlier this year talking about, hey, if Congress legislates, we're interested in Bitcoin, we're interested in stable coins, those kind of financial movers, maybe the Robin Hoods that are the endemic, exchanges have moved into the space, but we really haven't seen people from Wall Street, other than I think on the ETFs, which is obviously, a certain bespoke product. There isn't an integration of Bitcoin with the financial system. Do you agree with that statement? And I guess what kind of progress do you expect to see this year?
I wouldn't say it's integrated, but I think the opportunity, they've been kind of clinically isolated from each other just by the nature of legislation and kind of risk aversion. I think you're now going to start seeing opportunities for there to be a closer working relationship. And working with large companies, typically what you probably find is the fastest arrangement is like a sub brokerage agreement. basically having the front door be a traditional bank, but the backdoor operations are actually all one of the existing players in the industry. And I think that's a great start to do initial kind of adoption. I would think so more for the health of, just the ecosystem in general, having more distribution of people building out their own infrastructure and being able to service this just like they would for any of their other financial services and businesses. I think this is kind of a great thawing that's occurring right now. And it's an amazing opportunity to be thinking about all of the possible integrations and ways traditional finance kind of begins to be interwoven with Bitcoin.
Well, I'm in the background fervently scanning the news right now for updates. We're in the crunch time. Donald Trump in the room now with the Bitcoin and crypto industry. We're expecting him to come out in just 35 minutes time to make an address, some type of speech where he'll talk about his Bitcoin and crypto policy. So Rob, obviously, you're a passionate Bitcoiner as well. Someone who's been in the industry for years as an enthusiast. The strategic Bitcoin reserve, what are your thoughts on it happening? I think, I'm curious in your insights of, how did you feel when you saw this happen, and did you expect it?
It's really, it was funny because, hearing about this promise last year in Nashville when Trump made that big announcement, everyone was kind of wondering what kind of form it would take. And it's really funny to see the evolution of that and all the story and the rumors. But ultimately, as the dust is settling, it's incredibly great news, right? We have Bitcoin kind of given a privileged status of asset, which it is markedly unique compared to any other crypto asset that exists out there. Being able to have the infrastructure and directing to say that we're not going to be doing any selling of the existing coins which are on the government's balance sheet, being able to extend that from there and think about, I believe the Commerce Secretary is being directed to be able to find with Besant and Treasury to find market neutral ways to be tax neutral ways to be able to acquire additional Bitcoin. I think it's a really exciting opportunity. I had actually been thinking about how those coins should be secured. Ultimately, I think the U.S. government should be holding their own keys, right? Just like they have Fort Knox where they're watching the gold. That's not something that any other asset, is being subcontracted out to have someone else manage it.
Well, I think that's something interesting you bring up, because I do get a sense that the administration is moving really fast. And then Robinhood CEO, Vlad Tenev came out and said this morning that he gets a sense of urgency from the administration. And I'm curious for your thoughts about this, because it does feel like, they're doing it live, for lack of a better term, right? Trump comes out, he, talks about all the assets that could be in the reserve. Obviously, XRP, ADA, Sol, now those are sort of in the stockpile. There does seem to be a bit of a freewheeling sort of nature to, the Trump policy that's coming out, as positive as it is. So I think you're mentioning some of these downstream, kind of impacts where, when do they kind of get tripped up on one of these potential technicalities like custody, like you're talking about, right? And I think one interesting story from today, I'll pull it up on my timeline here, but, they came out this morning and I thought this was very telling. But senior White House's, officials were confirming that they were going to begin an audit of the national Bitcoin holdings. And, for me, you'd think that this is something that maybe would have predated a Bitcoin reserve, right? Because I think one of the big questions right now that's unanswered is really just how much Bitcoin does the United States have? There's this popular figure of 200,000, but in many mimetic kind of Bitcoin oriented things, I'm not sure that there's much data backing that, right? I think we know now that at least 100,000 of those coins belong to a private entity, or should belong to a private entity through the legal process. So maybe to ask a specific question, if you're talking to the auditors who are going to open up this file and find America's Bitcoin, I guess, what are your thoughts on this process and how complicated it could actually be to assemble this reserve, and even just to put it aside, so that it can't be sold?
Yeah, no, it's a funny structure problem, right? Because there's many different departments that exist within the government. And if you have different government agencies that are conducting business or their operations on a day-to-day basis, and they come across Bitcoin, there's not going to be one ultimately aggregated account, right? Because it's part of their existing operations, like the U.S. Marshals, for example, being one that's oftenly cited for things related to civil asset forfeiture or criminal proceedings, right? You would imagine, I would initially start asking the question of, okay, are they at least all in the same company? Understanding where they're actually holding these, because to my knowledge, it's not the U.S. government directly holding them. The next move should be, I would say, from a fiduciary standpoint, they should be managing that infrastructure themselves. As a starting point with the auditors, finding out, okay, where do they exist, being able to look at those exact addresses. The US government, I imagine, is a large client. They should be able to have their own segregated accounts and being able to look at everything individually. And that reporting, the beauty of Bitcoin is that if those funds ever move, the auditors could know instantaneously, right? The idea of like a triple ledger entry accounting where everyone in the world in real time can actually see those funds move. The US government should know not just how much Bitcoin it is, but where exactly on chain are those sitting, right? Because if it's not sitting on chain, then they don't really have it. So really kind of tying up those assets and liabilities in a really clean form, leveraging the strengths of the technology that only Bitcoin can provide would be a great first step.
Well, we know with El Salvador that they do seem to have that kind of tracking, right? That their balance is public. There are public websites, where you can track it, and there is public accountability. In your sense, as a voter or just someone who's participating in the political process, how much accountability do you want for the strategic Bitcoin reserve? It sounds like you want a high degree of auditability, and in terms of what you can see, and you think that that's kind of the right construction. Do you have any other opinions, I guess, on how that should manage?
I mean, if it's the U.S. government's strategic reserve of Bitcoin, it belongs to the people of America, right? And because of that, I think it should be the utmost level of security. We have ETFs now that are posting addresses of where they store funds on chain. I think that's at a minimum the kind of standard that should be kind of cared for and executed against it. And because of that, I want it to be very, very secure and safe, right? Being able to understand that you don't have to worry about rogue employees at a third-party company that, in theory, could do something or misaccount for those funds. I think it's just part of that responsibility. And the United States, I think, has a great talent pool of people that would be willing to step in and help them secure that Bitcoin for their own national treasury.
Well, maybe to mix a couple of your favorite subjects, this idea of securing Bitcoin in the Bitcoin community is kind of a renewed discussion. I saw you out there on X over the last couple of days, kind of talking about, and maybe we can talk about this more generally, just that Bitcoin is a software. We're able to kind of improve aspects of it for different reasons. The Bitcoin software has upgraded and changed to allow different features. There is some demand for what you're talking about, self-custody, the idea that I myself can hold my Bitcoin, the US government can hold its Bitcoin itself, to be made easier. Maybe you can talk a little bit about that movement and your participation in it, and where you think it's at in terms of just the public discourse.
Yeah, certainly. So a very condensed summary is that Bitcoin, one of the strengths it has is that it is programmable money. And, when you think about it vis-a-vis larger crypto, Bitcoin has a very restricted set of rules on how you can actually move Bitcoin and how you can kind of, control the flow of funds, so to speak. The very simple example is I have my single signature key. Multi-signature is an incredibly popular way for being able to distribute risk. What we've built out at AnchorWatch is leveraging more advanced smart contracting capabilities that are native to Bitcoin today that don't require a fork, that allow for additional access controls and governance when it comes and compliance when it comes to the overall execution of when can funds move, right? I think this is really part of the larger story as Bitcoin, as it starts to enter the global stage, is kind of like how it gets integrated into other financial products, whether it's the ETFs, whether it's Bitcoin companies that hold Bitcoin on their balance sheet, exploring like Bitcoin loans and lending and fixed income markets like Bit bonds. These are all greatly advantaged for Bitcoin as a collateral set because it can be programmed to do things like time locks, preventing it from moving for a certain amount of time, having multiple parties having to sign off on it. I once postulated that what you could do is you could have, and I don't think this works a day one, but you could have Congress hold a set of keys, the president hold a set of keys, and the Supreme Court hold a set of keys, right? To mirror our constitutional order, to be able to actually make sure that you can actually encode that on chain in a way where you can actually kind of like have this redundancy and the ability to control the nation's Bitcoin, right? And that's a kind of a pie in the sky future set example, but it really goes to the strength of how you can secure Bitcoin. And that's kind of what we do by being able to offer one-to-one insurance back for the Bitcoin and cold storage, because we're able to add these extra securities by embedding these governance rules on chain. And I think it's a really promising future for Bitcoin, and kind of thinking about ways that we can further integrate it in with the financial system by leveraging its native programmability. And Rizzo, you're on mute.
Yeah, thank you for that flag. So we're 30 minutes away from Donald Trump coming out on stage. Obviously, he's going to be giving a speech here. The market has had some negative reactions and some positive reactions to Trump's statements over the last couple of weeks. Obviously, I remember where I was last Sunday, where the price, went up $10,000 in a single day. The Omega candle was here, and then it kind of retracted back. Yesterday, big sell-off, coming on the news that, maybe there wouldn't be as an aggressive Bitcoin buying opportunity as people wanted. I guess, how do you feel about the market sentiment? And then maybe I'll pull up an article to just summarize it here. Trump's Bitcoin reserve hailed as a huge moment by some, dismissed by a lipstick as a pig on others. How do you feel about the moment? And then, what do you think? Can he deliver something exciting that would get the market activity back in your view today?
It's fun. I for the moment that we're in, I enjoy that this is part of just the story of hyper Bitcoinization, where market volatility is now because of world leaders, kind of like thinking about and expanding and welcoming of Bitcoin as a financial asset versus this kind of narrative that we'd have previously of someone running a online Magic the Gathering card site and then that going down and that causing massive volatility, right? Like, this is kind of Bitcoin growing, and as the waves get bigger, the asset class is getting larger and larger. So I view this as just kind of on the long march of the month to month and the day-to-day price volatility is less impactful more than like the years and, decade long like macro trend that is for Bitcoin's kind of continued growth and excitement. As it relates to the summit today, I think it's going to be very exciting to see how it ultimately turns out. For me, I think the outlines that I've seen of the executive order are already really promising and kind of keeping the campaign promises that President Trump had. And from here, I think it's going to be interesting to see if there's going to be any other surprises or updates. As everything's standing right now, I'd be happy as everything's coming out as is.
Well, I was having a spirited discussion with Shinobi this morning. Obviously, you want to ask the final question about, just the technology and just how it's developing and how mature it is. Where do you fall on the line of, does the Bitcoin technology need to continue improving, and does the U.S. government's involvement, do you think that's a net negative to those types of conversations which have happened amongst hobbyists and colleagues maybe who weren't representative of nation states, however dicey they got at times?
So for the first question, I would say yes. I think there should be more attention just understanding where Bitcoin in the future can grow. I think there could be a pernicious dynamic where the desire to not change Bitcoin out of security, in the sense of not wanting to change anything, could actually result in kind of an aggregation of risk sitting across large trusted financial institutions. And at that point, it's a really rough spot to be for the sake of the network, and understanding that if there are primitives that can be brought in technical improvements to Bitcoin that better help sovereign ability to secure and hold your Bitcoin, we don't want to kind of gate all of those features behind specific corporate gates, right? We want that to be available to anyone running the Bitcoin software anywhere in the world, and making sure that large company but also then state interests don't capture it. For the US government's involvement, I would say directionally it would be, if the US government is becoming a larger monetary stakeholder in the network, that's just like a very large business, right? That's coming in to kind of like have an influence on, in the event that there's a disagreement and contention on the direction of where the network should go, they're able to economically put their finger on the scale a lot more. I guess my observation is that their stance probably would be to not change. And there's a large cohort of people in Bitcoin who don't want Bitcoin to change at all. And they're kind of aligned with the government in that principle. And it's going to be interesting to see kind of like how the technical discussions evolve, as well as kind of the market dynamics as more larger players kind of enter the space as Bitcoin continues to monetize.
You can check out Anchor Watch. We'll be right back after a short break with more of Supply Shock happening live. We'll be following up to the minute as we get to the hour where Donald Trump will take the stage, will address the Bitcoin and crypto community, or address the nation, by talking about these technologies for the first time. Rob, thanks for coming on the show. We'll be right back after this. Hey, everybody. Welcome back to the Supply Shock Podcast live, broadcasting on X and YouTube. If you're watching on YouTube, like and subscribe. If you're watching on X, feel free to give us a like or a retweet. One reminder, Digital Asset Summit coming up in just a week in March, the 18th to the 20th. Right now, we've got senior reporter Casey Wagner from Blockworks here. She's been following the story in just 22 minutes. President Donald Trump taking the stage, expected to deliver some remarks about yesterday's historic strategic Bitcoin reserve. Casey, welcome to the program. Thanks for being on, and would love to get your insights into all the scoops and action that is happening on the reporting side of Blockworks as this story unfolds. Welcome.
Yeah, thanks for having me. It's obviously a really busy week. There's been a lot of after hours news breaking. So we've all been really busy on the Blockworks team, but it's been really exciting. Like you said, Trump is expected to address the crypto summit at 3 p.m. So we're waiting for that. The schedule that the White House sent out this morning also had Trump signing executive orders starting at 2:30 p.m. So we're monitoring the situation there, looking out for any updates from the White House on what was in those orders. I have a few guesses, but they really seem to have been pretty tight-lipped on this one. I don't think there have been a lot of leaks. So yeah, really excited to see what were in those orders.
And orders that are being signed right now or that have been signed, we just don't know the context of these executive orders just yet.
They should be being signed right now or in the last 5 to 10 minutes. So yeah, keeping an eye on any White House communications there. Like I said, we have some guesses. I'm wondering if it might be something on regulation. We know that Tim Scott, Senator, bill yesterday, I believe, on debanking in the crypto space. That's been a really hot topic in the Senate so far this session. So there's some speculation that Trump's executive order might have to do with that. I'm pretty confident, as Brady said earlier, that this executive order will not have anything to do with capital gains tax, but you really never know with this administration.
Well, maybe let's just take it all the way back to Sunday. Obviously, you've been following the administration, following the scoops. The strategic Bitcoin reserve was something that had been in the air for a while, since Nashville last July, since Cynthia Lummis has been pushing it. But it didn't ever feel real or immediate, even to me as someone in the space who, would go so far as to say, I think the U.S. government should put its Bitcoin aside into a reserve. I am pro the government policies, here in terms of structuring a stockpile and a reserve differently. What was your sense of the immediacy of this? And did you expect something to come this soon? Obviously, there was a lot of people who expected things from the industry kind of day one, or, maybe felt a month was late. But in a lot of respects, this is an administration moving very fast. What do you make of the speed of this announcement and just the way it seemed to come together in real time? Almost, I said it earlier, it felt like they were doing it live.
Yeah, no, definitely. I was a little surprised at the speed. Obviously, on Sunday, we saw the tweet from Trump saying that there might be multiple assets in this reserve. So I'm curious if we'll get any more clarity on that today. I know David Sachs, the crypto czar, was doing, it seemed to me like a little bit of damage control this morning and saying that Trump only posted that because those are top assets. As far as the executive order that was signed this week, I think it is in line with what we expected from Trump. He, like you said, in Nashville, spoke about the need for a Bitcoin reserve. In that room, it was obviously the Bitcoin conference. So, it was a lot of maxis in the room that he was speaking to. And he kind of addressed the crowd directly. I remember he said, this was Bitcoin that was seized from you. The government took it from you. And he was really kind of appealing to the crowd, saying that, anyone that buys crypto that holds Bitcoin is smart. He said that the crypto industry is very smart. He kept appealing to their intelligence. So then the fact that this reserve is going to start with halting any sales of seized Bitcoin, I think makes a lot of sense. I'm curious if we'll see any movement in terms of government purchasing of Bitcoin. I know David Sachs also said that taxpayer money will not be used to purchase Bitcoin. So we know that, but I'm curious if there might be some other strategies. Cynthia Lummis last session had introduced a bill to create a strategic Bitcoin reserve, and she actually proposed using the fair market value of the Fed's and Treasury's gold reserves, which are, I think, only valued at like 11 billion. But if you base it off of today's prices, they're worth a lot more. So I'm curious if we'll start to see some of that. You know, we know that Trump is not afraid of an executive order or an executive action, but speaking with attorneys, the consensus does seem to be that there would need to be some sort of congressional approval before he, you know, creates any sort of buying power for Bitcoin.
Well, one thing we haven't talked about yet on the show is just the maybe surprising addition of Tether CEO Paulo Andrino coming to America. Really, it seems like, you know, being welcomed. Tether, obviously the large offshore stablecoin provider, the stablecoin bill coming now in Congress, you know, the subject of debate. There has been a sort of a push by the U.S. industry within America to get, you know, President Trump to sort of recognize the domestic industry. You know, we can talk about the various ways he's done that. One is, you know, he's kind of appealed to this idea that there's American protocols or decentralized protocols that have some stake in America, which is a bit confusing. But, you know, there are, you know, centralized companies in America. What do you make of this dynamic here of this, you know, international versus U.S. Specific you know, momentum that might be coming into this meeting as it relates to stablecoins and just other issues?
Yeah, I mean, it's a shift, right? I mean, it was not that long ago that we had people that were scared to come into the US. Blockworks, as you know, obviously hosts a lot of events, and we've had speakers before say, no, I can't come to Permissionless because it's hosted in Salt Lake City, Utah, and I don't want to come to the US. So we've obviously come a long way in terms of that. As far as, you know, within the industry, I think that there is some conflict. We know around stablecoin legislation, there's been a few rumors about different proposals and what those bills might look like. Obviously, it would be advantageous for U.S. issuers to have certain regulations, for example, blocking foreign issuers from access to U.S. treasuries. That's something that's been floated in the crypto Twitter universe. I will say that I have not seen that in any actual bill drafts. Doesn't mean it doesn't exist, but I have not been able to confirm that specific part of the legislation. But, you know, it really kind of speaks to this industry. I mean, crypto is so broad, and there's so many different companies with different interests. And I would love to be a fly on the wall at the crypto summit that's happening now. I think a lot of these people do not get along and have different priorities. So I think we're really going to start to see a lot of that play out in terms of lobbying and kind of bills that we see introduced.
We're 15 minutes away. Obviously, imagine that things are happening on the White House. I've got my eye glued to PBS, which actually says we're 13 minutes away. Thinking about the stories that would come from this, obviously, strategic Bitcoin reserve, you know, something with international implications. You know, we'll maybe see that play out over weeks and months. You know, as you're thinking about the stories that you're, you know, kind of chasing and looking at, what do you have an idea of what's on the horizon next? Because it does feel like maybe the strategic Bitcoin reserve, we know what it is now. We maybe don't know how it's funded, but maybe that is, you know, something that the administration can move forward from. Do you have an idea of what's next?
Yeah, I think I'm really curious if we see Cynthia Lummis again mention or bring back her bill for this session of Congress. Like I said, she introduced it last July, so in order to be considered now, she would have to reintroduce it on the Senate floor. I'm curious if we'll see that. She is not in attendance at the crypto summit today. She said that she has the flu, I believe. So I'm curious what we'll see in terms of action of the US buying Bitcoin, not just holding the Bitcoin that they've already seized. Like I said, I think that would require a congressional action. But again, knowing Trump, there could be more executive orders down the line. In terms of other legislation, I do think stablecoins will be one of the first segments of the industry where we see some movement. I also think market structure is something that a lot of lawmakers have been trying to work on last session, and we should continue to see that this session. Also on the state level, I'm really curious to see when we'll start to see movement on some of the state efforts to get Bitcoin reserves. The way that would look, I think, would be a little bit different than the US. Cynthia Lummis kind of proposed the US federal Bitcoin reserve as a way to pay off the deficit. So I'm curious what state legislators are thinking about in terms of that.
Interesting. Well, taking a short break here, obviously 10 minutes away from Trump coming on to the White House lawn, talking about Bitcoin and cryptocurrencies. Casey Wagner, where can people follow your work as you lay out the big stories of the day that come through today?
Yes. I'm on Twitter or X at Casey Wagner with 2 R's. And I also write the Forward Guidance newsletter. Please subscribe, and we'll be covering all of this all day and in Monday's edition as well.
Excellent. Well, thank you for joining us. Let me see here. Let's see. Heading back. All right. Well, we're going to be taking a short break just moments away now from Donald Trump taking the stage, or essentially coming and addressing the American public for the first time about Bitcoin and cryptocurrency. Let's see here. And I got to admit, I'm having technical difficulties. We're doing it live, trying to get some price action for you while we wait for Donald Trump to take the stage and talk about and address after this. And we're back on Supply Shock. Thanks for watching us as we're tuning in for this special live session. President Trump now just 5 minutes away from addressing the American public. We've got it up on screen for you, and we'll bring it in as it's happening, but wanted to address you a little bit. And thank you for watching this podcast. Thanks for the great guests that we've had on the channel as we've done it live, blockworks.co. You can check out more great reporting on what's going on in the industry from myself, Pete Rizzo, the Bitcoin historian. This is my new podcast, Supply Shock. We'll be bringing a Bitcoin first perspective to a more general cryptocurrency media. If you know me on X, you know me as the Bitcoin historian. You can follow me there on Twitter. You'll get historic facts as well as breaking news of a historic nature. I'm expecting a historic announcement today. Already history made, a historic meeting. Just the idea that the Bitcoin and cryptocurrency community meeting welcomed to the White House. You can see the news and headlines around the industry now turning positive, asking questions about what is going on with our technology. Personally, I think the strategic Bitcoin reserve is a victory. I applaud the Trump administration for making the smart demarcation between a Bitcoin reserve and a strategic asset stockpile with the remainder of the crypto assets that the government has claimed in siege and forfeiture. But yes, want to thank my guests that have come on. Jimmy Song, you can check out his books. Gary Leland, you can check him out at the BitBlock Boom conference coming out in April. Brady Dale of Axios, of course, doing some great reporting on this as well. Rob Hamilton of Anchor Watch. And as mentioned, we are just 5 minutes away from Donald Trump coming out, making an address. As Casey Wagner, who was just on at Blockworks, said, more executive orders were signed. Are they related to Bitcoin and crypto? We shall see. Right now, they remain sealed, but I expect this announcement to potentially address those. We know taxation changes off the table. That seems to be present in preliminary reporting. But of course, Trump, always the wild card, always willing to surprise. So we shall see. Some of the other topics that we mentioned, Operation Choke Point 2.0, will there be an executive order that will put something in motion that will put an end to this sort of enforcement that we've seen, though the administration has certainly canceled a lot of the actions and pending actions against constituents in the industry. Of course, could also discuss the funding of the strategic Bitcoin reserve. Scott Bessent out earlier today on CNBC and discussed earlier on the program. If you hit that rewind button, you'll see us discuss how he's talking about how the government is right now looking for ways forward, right now auditing how much Bitcoin is on the balance sheet of America. We don't know. We're only a few minutes away from President Trump potentially filling us in on those details. You can hit that like and subscribe button if you're watching us on X at Supply Shock BW. Give us a follow. We've got some great podcasts coming up already. Dennis Porter on the podcast last week talking about what could still happen today in Utah, where they are voting on a bill to potentially put a state strategic Bitcoin reserve in place. It will be the first of its kind in the nation at the state level, though Trump has won the race that we discuss in that podcast. Jameson Lopp in the initial episode disproving the theory that Jack Dorsey is Satoshi with some of his expert sleuthing. Coming up on the podcast of the next few weeks, we'll hear from Dan Held, an industry entrepreneur who's blending crypto and Bitcoin. You'll hear from Jeremy Rubin, who has some exciting ideas for how Bitcoin can improve as a technology. But again, the theme of this show, the White House, what's happening in Washington, how crypto is moving forward in America. We're going to hear from Trump in just a few minutes. Thank you for all for tuning in. We're going to go to a short break, and then we'll be back with more action, hopefully from the White House, where we'll see President Trump deliver his remarks, where we'll see the contents, perhaps, of those executive orders. But for now, history has been made. Bitcoin is on America's balance sheet. The world has changed. We'll see what unfolds, and we'll be covering it on the podcast. We'll see you next time. We hope you like and subscribe, and we'll be right back very shortly with Trump's remarks from the White House.
Sorry, I'm wearing my orange tie.
So for cuts, this is why it is. For cuts, this is the widest. Yes. Yeah. I'm saying this is the widest I could go because we're using normal lens.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States.
Thank you very much, everyone. Great honor to have you. I know you've all been working very hard and very successfully. And it's a wonderful place, the White House. I want to begin, is Johnny here from World Cup? I want to thank you for the selection. And they just had a presentation in the Oval Office, and I thought this was such a beautiful, this is the trophy. This is the big deal. The World Cup is the biggest sporting event. And Johnny Infantino is my friend for a long time, and during my first term, we worked out a deal to get the World Cup, and then because of lots of interesting things that happened, I ended up being president. When it showed up, I was always disappointed. I wasn't going to make it. I was going to serve 8 straight, and said we did it the hard way, but maybe the more important way. So I will be with you as president, Johnny. So maybe you could just say a few words and show how beautiful the World Cup trophy is. Thank you. Yeah, sure, please.
This is
Yeah,
the famous key.
that's a great key.
You want to open, President? Or
Well, you go ahead.
I go ahead. Okay.
I trust you.
So this is the new trophy of a new competition. It's called the FIFA Club World Cup. The 32 best clubs in the world with the absolutely best players in the world. And for the first time in history, this competition takes place in the United States. Opening game on the 14th of June,
Right.
obviously, in Miami. Final on the 13th of July this year in New York, New Jersey. But it's not that. The trophy is special because it's a key, and because, as you can see, if I manage to do that, yes, it's a bit tricky. It's
Wow.
So this is a trophy. It is a trophy which represents, and that's why I think it's interesting to show this trophy exactly in this tournament, because it represents the past, but it's also projected to the future. There is no other sports trophy which looks like that. It has engraved the history of the game of soccer or football, as we call it, the participating teams of the first edition, the stadiums, the beautiful stadiums in the 11 cities in the United States of America where this competition will take place. So at the same time, past, present, and projected to the future. And if I may, President, say another 2 words, and then I let you work. I would like to congratulate the President and the administration for not only for the World Cup, the Club World Cup, the World Cup, and the great work done, but also for this initiative that you are speaking about here. If I may add something in this respect, I'm not an expert at all, but FIFA, as you know, is a brand which is globally known, a very strong brand. The soccer economy in the world is worth around 270 billion a year. 70% of that, Mr. President, is in Europe. So imagine the potential that there is around the world only in soccer if we develop it. And so FIFA is very, very interested under my presidency to develop a FIFA coin, to do it from here, from America, and to conquer the 5 billion soccer fans in the world. So if there is anyone here who is interested to team up with FIFA, here we are, together with the United States of America, and we will conquer the world of soccer with the FIFA coin. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That coin, that coin may be worth more than FIFA in the end. It could be quite a coin, actually. Huh? Anyway, thank you, Johnny. Great job. I just thought you should see this trophy because it's really, it's the biggest sporting event in the world, and we have it here. And we appreciate being selected. Thank you very much, John. You do a fantastic job. And welcome to the first ever White House Digital Assets Summit. I know that many of you have been fighting for years for this, and it's an honor to be with you at the White House. I want to thank the White House AI and crypto czar David Sachs, Treasury Secretary. This is David right here, in case you don't know. You know David. And the man is doing a great job as Secretary of Treasury. Scott Bessent, who's right here. Scott, thank you very much. Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick, wherever you may be, Howard. Hi, Howard. He's doing some interesting work right now with all that's going on. He's right in the middle of it and doing a great job. Thank you. SBA Administrator Kelly Loeffler, And thank you. SEC Commissioner Hester Pierce. Thank you, Hester. Acting CFTC Chairman Caroline Pham. House Majority Whip Tom Emmer. Hello, Tom. Representative Brian Stile. Thank you. Brian, thank you very much. Digital Assets Council Director Bo Hines. Good, Bo. Great job. And many other distinguished guests. We have a lot of very distinguished people around the table. Some of them will be speaking. I want to thank Marco Rubio also, who's right over there. And we have tremendous people very interested in this subject. And last year, I promised to make America the Bitcoin superpower of the world and the crypto capital of the planet. And we're taking historic action to deliver on that promise, as you know, around the table. Yesterday, I signed an executive order officially creating our strategic Bitcoin reserve. And this will be a virtual Fort Knox for digital gold to be housed within the United States Treasury. That's a big thing. The federal government is already among the largest holders of Bitcoin, as you know, really one of the largest holders in the world, with as many as 200,000 Bitcoin obtained via civil law and various other forms of law, and including enforcement actions. These existing holdings will form the foundation of the new reserve. Unfortunately, in recent years, the U.S. government has foolishly sold tens of thousands of additional Bitcoin that were worth billions and billions of dollars had they not sold them, but they did sell them, mostly during the Biden administration. Not a good thing to have done. From this day on, America will follow the rule that every Bitcoin knows very well: never sell your Bitcoin. That's a little phrase that they have. I don't know if that's right or not. Who the hell knows? Who knows? Who knows? But so far, it's been right. And well, let's keep it that way. The Treasury and Commerce departments will also explore new pathways to accumulate additional Bitcoin holdings for the reserve, provided it's done at no cost to the taxpayers. We don't want any cost to the taxpayers. In addition, my order directs federal agencies to conduct an inventory of all crypto assets currently held by the U.S. government and determine how they can be transferred easily to the Treasury. Non-Bitcoin digital assets will be held in a new U.S. digital asset stockpile where they will be managed properly. My administration also is working to end the federal bureaucracy's war on crypto, which was really going on pretty wildly during Biden until the election came about. About 5 months before the election, he became a big fan because he heard how many people were in favor of it and how many people love it and respect it. But I guess it didn't work out too well for him. People understood what was going on and paved the way for groundbreaking innovations in institutional finance. Under the Bitcoin administration, regulators strong-armed banks. I mean, they really did. They strong-armed banks into closing the accounts of crypto businesses and entrepreneurs, effectively blocking some money transfers to and from exchanges, and they weaponized government against the entire industry. But I know that feeling also. Maybe better than you do. All of that will soon be over, and we are ending Operation Choke Point 2.0. You know, some people really suffered. It was ridiculous what they were doing, but in the end, they came around, but they came around for the wrong reasons. They came around only because they wanted votes, and they saw that tens of millions of people were against them because of what they were doing. I also want to express my strong support for the efforts of lawmakers in Congress as they work on bills to provide regulatory certainty for dollar-backed stablecoins and the digital assets market. They're working very hard on that. This is a tremendous opportunity for economic growth and innovation in our financial sector, and will really go a long way. I think he's going to be a tremendous, we feel like pioneers in a way, of tremendous method of growth. And things are very much tied, and we want to keep it that way, the US dollar, long into the future. We're going to keep it that way. I hope lawmakers will send that legislation to my desk before August recess if they can. And they're very much working with you, and you know a lot of them, and a lot of them were committed right from the very beginning. So I just want to congratulate you all for being at the White House today, and a man who knows more about Bitcoin and AI and just about everything else than anybody, David Saxon. I'd like to have you say a few words, David.
Thank you, Mr. President. We're all here today because of your leadership, your vision, and your generosity. And I really want to thank you for that. We're also here because of your desire to make America great and to introduce a golden age in America, including for digital assets. And we're here because of your love of innovators, or as you might say, high IQ people. We know you love high IQ people. And we have about 30 of them here in the room today. These are the top people in the digital asset industry. And one other thing that I think that you love is legal fairness. This is an industry that was subjected to prosecution and persecution for the last 4 years, horrible lawfare, and nobody knows what that feels like better than you do. So we really appreciate the fact that you understand legal fairness and that you're always willing to fight for the right thing, for legal fairness. You never back down. You stand defiant, even in the face of an assassin's bullet. It's an inspiration to everyone in this room, I think. So it's an honor. So I just want to say it's an honor to work for you. It's an honor to work for a president who works every day to get so much done on behalf of the American people. Your administration is moving at tech speed. It's really amazing. It's actually faster than any startup that I've been part of. Is that your administration moves even faster. So I just want to say thank you for having me be a part of it. I've enjoyed every minute of it. I love working for you. And thank you again for this opportunity.
Thank you, David. Very much. Appreciate it.
And now I just want to pass the ball to Secretary Besson.
Scott?
David, so today, when President Trump has signed the executive order to establish the strategic Bitcoin reserve and stockpile, we're going to position the United States as a leader among nations in the digital asset strategy. It's important for the United States to recognize this fact and get ahead of the other nations in the digital age. We applaud the president's direction to use the digital assets already in possession of the nation, and we are going to establish this Bitcoin reserve. We use this authority to augment the asset side of the United States balance sheet. As I've said many times, President Trump is creating assets for the American people, while most past presidents have created debt. And a large part of this asset program can be in digital assets. We are going to end the regulatory weaponization against digital assets. The Biden administration's actions did nothing other than punish innovators. And that all of you have made it here today is really a testament to your fortitude. Much of Treasury's responsibility in this order relates to the tax code and determinations around risk weightings. And I'm here to assure you that we are going to work with the Controller of the Currency, the IRS, and we're going to rescind and amend all applicable previous guidance. And we are going to put a lot of thought into the stablecoin regime. And as President Trump has directed, we are going to keep the U.S. the dominant reserve currency in the world, and we will use stablecoins to do that. Thank you.
Technology is at the foundation of the Trump presidency. He understands technology, he embraces technology, and he's going to use technology to drive America forward. The blockchain and Bitcoin technology are a key part of that thinking, and embracing that, and here today shows how much a leader the Trump administration and our president is. He understands it, he embraces it. As you said, you're a pioneer in this place, And this is where we're going. We're using the blockchain, we're using Bitcoin, we're going to use digital assets to pound forward, and Donald Trump is leading the way. Can't be more proud of you today.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Bill. Kelly, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is truly a historic day, and as a crypto founder, I couldn't be more proud to be part of your administration. You're moving at the speed of tech for sure, and I will just say it's a great day to have the war on not just crypto, but the war on innovation done. And under your administration, we are truly going to enter into the golden age. And I'll just say, as the administrator of the SBA, small business is a tremendous network that crypto can be deployed against. And so the SBA is open to crypto. So I look forward to working with all of the leaders in this room to advance your efforts here. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelly. Thank you very much. Tom, please.
Well, Mr. President, I want to say thank you. I want to thank you for the amazing team that you put together. I want to thank you for David. I mean, this kind of a meeting, no one in this room could have envisioned this just a couple of years ago. You are the one that has the vision. You're the one that said, we are going to do 21st century finance right here in the United States of America. I've been doing this for 9 years. It is amazing how far we've come, and that's a credit to you, Mr. President, and your leadership, and God bless you for doing this, because it's going to make a huge difference with everything else you're doing. And by the way, Americans love it. They're going crazy. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Tom. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Go ahead, please.
Does anyone want to say a couple of words? Cameron or Tyler, do you want to?
You're very shy in front of the
Actually,
camera.
Cameron, I think you said something earlier that I thought was really profound. You said that a year ago, you thought it would be more likely that you'd end up in jail than at the White House. You, not to put you on the spot, because you didn't do anything wrong, but that was the environment a year ago. But do you guys want to say something? Either one of you.
Sure. That was actually Tyler who said that. but
Sorry, I still get mixed up.
But yeah, we never thought that we'd get attacked the way we did in our backyard after trying to do the right thing for so many years and always trying to raise the bar with respect to regulations. So it's truly wonderful to see how things have changed and how the pendulum has swung back in the way that it has. And we've always felt that the U.S. should lead in Bitcoin and crypto, and it's ours to sort of lead and win. And it's just wonderful what President Trump has been doing with this, and we look forward to working together. And thanks for inviting us, David, and setting this up.
Thank you. Thank you both. Please.
I was just going to say thank you, Mr. President. Cameron takes credit for a lot of my things I say, so it's not the first time. But the U.S. won the internet, and the U.S. should win crypto. So thank you for your leadership on this.
Thank you both very much. High IQ individuals around this table. That's what I always say. We need high IQ. So thank you very much. Would anybody like to say anything? Please.
I just want to express my deep gratitude for the seriousness with which you're approaching our industry and how you're actually helping guide it in the right direction. I work with many central banks in other countries, and when I was working there, I was wondering why I, as an American citizen, can't help the United States financial system reach this higher level that the world is on course towards generally. And so I'm very grateful that finally there's been a new level of kind of common sense and adoption of these ideas. Me and the other people in this room do believe that the crypto, blockchain, Web3 infrastructure is the next iteration of the financial system. And I think that the US should have its leadership position continue in that new financial system. And I'm very, very happy to see people like David Sachs, Secretary of Investment, Secretary Lutnick taking this very seriously with their time, and very grateful them too. So I'm just overjoyed to see this. And I think it is a big part of how the U.S. can continue its role in the global financial system. So thank you.
Thank you very much. I thought it was very important that we stay in the front of this one. This is a big one. And as you know, China is pushing forward and very strongly as usual, but we're way in the lead as we are in AI and other things, and we want to stay there. So I thought this was very important, and we have some brilliant people sitting around this table. and it's an honor to have you involved, but we want to stay at the forefront of everything. And this is a very important day in your lives. I know you worked, some of you, very long before people really understood what was happening. And so I congratulate you, but this is a big day. Being in the White House is a big deal, and you have great support. Thank you all very much. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chris. Thank you very much. Thank you, media. Thank you. Please.
All right. Looks like that is it from the Trump Crypto Summit. Let me stop my screen there. Apologies for that microphone. Looks like an abrupt ending to the Trump first White House crypto meeting. Oh, we're getting some static here. Okay, wow. Technical difficulties. All right. Thanks for tuning in. This has been the first White House Crypto Summit. First presentation of a live Supply Shock podcast. Bear with us, people. Technical difficulties, but a lot to unpack there. Donald Trump giving an address from the White House with crypto leaders. It looks like and appears that it is over. I'm just going to double check this because, again, this is all happening live. All right, we've got a lot of people in the chat saying what happened. It's like a lot of angry people, so I'm not alone here. Let's just zoom in. All right. Well, let's get back to a good experience in terms of showing some stuff that's happening. Let's see. All right, let's unpack the news. So what did we see there? First up, kudos to the guy who spotted this in the chat. Trump wearing an orange tie. Look, got some debate on the internet about this. Is it yellow or is it orange? Maybe this is the blue dress of a new era. I say it's orange. I say he's sending a signal. Even still, yellow an acceptable Bitcoin color. So we'll give Donald the points there for sending the right message and sending a soft signal there with the orange tie. So this was probably, I think, the big news drop, right? So the first thing that we heard there is that there wouldn't, we expected there to be essentially some announcement made on the tax, capital gains rulings for Bitcoin. Obviously, this has been a sticking point for the industry for some time. We had Jimmy Song here earlier on the Supply Shock podcast talking about circular economies, wanting to get people around the world and in the US using Bitcoin for commerce. Of course, with the capital gains on small transactions, that is not a huge possibility, not very common. So what do we have here? Breaking U.S. Commerce Secretary confirms President Trump will amend IRS policy on Bitcoin and crypto. There was in there, Scott Bessent, he had said earlier and signaled that the U.S. would look to add to the Bitcoin Strategic Reserve. He did so again here, underscoring that commitment. But I think notable that they intend to address IRS policy. While there were no specifics, there was the message sent that they would revisit all past kind of IRS declarations about Bitcoin and cryptocurrencies. Of course, Bitcoin regulated as a property right now, and thus the capital gains apply. Got next up, Trump saying that the U.S. government had foolishly sold its Bitcoin. So we heard from Brady Dale of Axios earlier. He underscored this is a big part of the Trump administration's message around Bitcoin and cryptocurrency. Remember, they're trying to convince the American people here to get on board Bitcoin and crypto. As much as it's become popular, still niche and misunderstood issues. Here you saw David Sachs and Donald Trump again kind of making the call to the American people that this is a mistake that past administrations have made, that they have sold Bitcoin. Earlier on my timeline, we can scroll back later, the Obama administration, at points selling 50,000 Bitcoin for $270 each. Obviously, these mistakes add up. So Trump making the statement here that essentially he intends for Bitcoin to be an asset on the balance sheet. That was another message that was underscored by Scott Bessent a little bit later, talking about how past administrations have left Americans with debt, and with the crypto and Bitcoin reserve, President Trump intends to leave America with assets. So here we have, I think, a couple of the key administration talking points. The first, again, Trump intends to help the economy, help the average person. How is he doing that? By giving assets to the country. So key talking point there, as well as this idea that the government has foolishly sold Bitcoin, and hard to argue that with the appreciation that we've seen. So those were the highlights that I flagged. We'll just go around Twitter for a second just to kind of see what else is out there in terms of news that was flagged. We've got some fervent debate in the comments right now about whether it was a yellow or orange tie. Let's say this is going to be a difficult issue going forward. But yes, a lot to unpack there in terms of what we've learned. Thank you for sticking with us. Thank you for watching live. Appears that there were technical difficulties at the end, and we heard a bit of a delay getting onto the stage. Rumors that it was going to go as late as 4 p.m., but then the live stream, really just kind of starting there quite abruptly. So let's see and take a look around the timeline again and see if there's anything else worth reporting. Obviously, the big news here, President Trump establishing the Bitcoin and crypto reserve and then talking about that at the beginning. And really, I think the overall message here of demonstrating commitment, right? So essentially saying to the American people, saying to the American public that this is an industry that's going to be taken seriously. And then another theme really talking about the hardships that we've seen the industry go through. So essentially talking about Operation Choke Point 2.0, how entrepreneurs have been unfairly targeted and held back. There was a notable instance there of Sergey Nazarov from Chainlink coming in with some comments about, from an international community perspective. Interesting that he was the only one to speak in terms of, members of the actual summit who spoke live. Again, having some technical difficulties here. We're doing it live. But again, a lot to unpack, not a ton of new news. To be honest, I think this will probably disappoint some folks just in terms of there being, perhaps not enough meat here in terms of, new discourse. A lot of this telegraphed in advance, with the announcement last night of the Bitcoin reserve. But overall, I have to think that there's a lot positive here to think about. Again, think about a year ago when the election was coming up in November, a lot of fear that the industry would have to go underground for as much as 4 years with the Kamala administration, and really hard to see this as anything other than night and day, right? And I think the overall message here, the representation, is that this is Trump bringing Bitcoin and crypto entrepreneurs into the White House. They're actually present there. They're welcomed. And I think this was more than sending a message than anything else. We'll be back in just a few minutes to unpack a little bit more about what happened at this historic White House crypto summit. Of course, I'm sure the news is pouring forth on X and other places. If you're watching on YouTube, feel free to like and subscribe. We'll be right back after a short Let's see. We've got it unpacked there. We've got somebody new on to discuss. I'm going to welcome to the stage. We've got Jack Kubenik of Blockworks, obviously author of the Light Speed newsletter. Thanks everybody for tuning in. We're discussing now the White House Crypto Summit, which just wrapped up. Obviously, reactions pouring forth on the X feeds. Jack, we'd love to get your quick take, if you were watching live, on what you saw from President Trump out there in DC today.
Yeah, Rizzo, good to be here. Thanks for having me. I mean, it was delightfully weird, I would say. I loved how it just began with a World Cup trophy presentation for inexplicable reasons, and Trump saying, what a nice coin. It's a very valuable coin they've got there. And the Winklevi trying to like peer around the huge World Cup trophy in the middle of the room to talk to address Trump was really funny.
It wouldn't be a Bitcoin or crypto event without some sideshow components. But obviously, the messaging here, pretty consistent, pretty strong. I know you're coming from the crypto side of the space, and would love for you to speak to that. But talking about wanting America to lead in the global sphere, talking about revising IRS rules that have played kind of the totality of the industry, just talking about getting entrepreneurship back, even if there was no announcement here to really get the markets moving. Isn't this positive?
I guess so. I'm maybe a little more bearish on what we just watched. I think that the Team Trump has done this thing where there's this constant emphasis on the craziest possible announcement. And for the first few weeks of this administration in the crypto world, it's truly felt like anything is possible. And so just watching a very kind of benign press conference like that where nothing was really announced. I guess we heard that the Small Business Administration is open to crypto, which was curious. I think Besant was saying that the U.S. is going to look for ways to add crypto to the balance sheet or something along those lines. They were all like notable announcements, but I think, I don't know, maybe, I guess why not save the strategic Bitcoin reserve for this crypto summit or something like that? It felt pretty like it didn't really hit expectations, I would say.
Yeah, that's interesting. I mean, obviously you can talk about the rollout, the whole doing it live kind of feel of this whole announcement. If you wind it all the way back to Sunday, this was a strategic crypto reserve with many assets. Now we have the Bitcoin reserve and the kind of crypto asset stockpile. So I'm just curious, I've had a few folks on here, mostly from the Bitcoin perspective, Jimmy Song, author, Gary Leland, Bitcoin conference host, coming from the side that's more kind of focused on, Web3, Salana type initiatives. How do you feel about where we netted out versus where Trump was maybe advertising that this would be, sort of a general purpose treasury? Obviously, myself, a proponent of the kind of Bitcoin reserve. Where do you fall on that spectrum?
Look, I mean, I don't think I've spoken to anyone in the Solana world that really cared if Sol was included in a strategic crypto reserve. Obviously, that happening would be good for number go up reasons, but the U.S. establishes reserves for assets that it might need in an emergency or something like that. Things like petroleum. I don't really think we need a Bitcoin reserve, but I'll leave that where it is. I think that in the Solana world, the point was never to have the U.S. acquire Sol, and I think that there was maybe a feeling that it made it makes Solana appear unserious if it's being added to this reserve. Riz, are you there?
Yep, I'm just having a little bit of a camera problem. It's a little back now, but yeah, curious. I know that the kind of younger generations of the industry are not as excited about Bitcoin. So curious to maybe pick on you a little bit there and kind of hear your thinking. From my perspective, I do think that Bitcoin is differentiated, that maybe is something you want to hold for the long term, and that it is worth kind of segregating out these assets. But for all intents and purposes, right, the government has said that it can acquire Solana through forfeitures and things like that. And to the extent that it has, Solana right now, it would at least hold that on in some way. So that's you don't see that as a positive for your sector of the industry?
What does the U.S. need Solana for other than number go up? Dump the Solana, let someone else buy it. I'm curious to hear your take. I mean, I know you're a Bitcoiner, but is there really any reason? So let's say, for sake of the argument, that Solana ends up being a useful blockchain that drives a lot of usage. Like, should the US be acquiring that token? Does it have any reason to own it?
Well, I mean, my argument for a while has been that, cryptocurrencies, they're essentially all, networks of private keys that are, given different properties by user consensus, right? I think that over time, we've found that these different, variations on this technology have different properties, right? So something that you get with Bitcoin is that, you have a private key. It represents a certain share of, your ability to kind of transact on the Bitcoin network. And we have a pretty high degree of, confidence at this point that your ability to use that private key is going to be able to withstand, as long as you can keep and hold it and keep it safe. Obviously, that's a whole other conversation. But if you were to go and find yourself in the Amazon wilderness for 50 years and come out, we know that there's not going to be a substantive change to the Bitcoin software that would invalidate those keys, that for all intents and purposes, the monetary policy, so the percentage of the kind of economy, or economic share that you have in that network, wouldn't change very abruptly. And, something I've been kind of acclimating myself to your newsletter over the last week. I've been fascinated by the sort of monetary policy discussion in Solana because it feels so different from Bitcoin. But yeah, I don't know. I feel like that's where I would make the argument of, Bitcoin does feel like a meaningfully differentiated asset. I still think the verdict's out on whether other cryptocurrencies, can be differentiated assets ultimately. Maybe there's something to unpack there. But yeah, it does feel like, I have a high degree of confidence that Bitcoin is going to be there for the long haul, whereas, most other cryptocurrencies, especially that are focused on kind of user-specific applications, 4 years ago, everybody was, really hot on Ethereum. You had NFTs and DeFi and all that. Solana space has kind of captured a lot of that attention. I would expect as that side of the sector, kind of goes forward that, there'll be increased competition there. But, with stuff like the Solana monetary policy debate, don't you feel like that differentiates Bitcoin and Solana? Because, you wouldn't really, the idea that sort of a private, entity would be able to kind of make a proposal to change the monetary policy within Bitcoin would be, kind of a laughable prospect at this point. But that seems meaningfully differentiated, correct?
Sure, but that's what people like about Solana, I think, is that it has this sort of scrappiness and an ability to make pragmatic decisions that ultimately has bogged down Ethereum. I think that, Ethereum has not shown that it can meaningfully scale, nor has, Bitcoin in terms of like peer-to-peer payment types transactions. And I think Solana has shown that it's willing to make big decisions and pivot like this. And I think if the network loses that ability, that's actually bearish for Solana. There's also one other point, Reza, that I wanted to make as far as a strategic crypto reserve goes, which is that there was some really interesting reporting that Laura Shin's outlet Unchained put out, which was that according to their sources, Ripple's BD or something like that lobbied to have Sol included in the strategic crypto reserve to legitimize having Ripple included, basically. Like if you just have an XRP reserve, it looks a little weird. Maybe if you have 3 of the top 10 altcoins by market cap, it looks a little better. So, and I don't have any alpha on this, but I get the sense that Solana does not have BD folks in Washington trying to get Sol included in a strategic reserve.
Well,
I can't say the same for
what did
XRP.
you expect? You sound a little bit bearish about the idea that governments would use Solana in any way. But if Solana does become useful in these applications, develop in ways that I've been following the work of Vitalik and other people like that for years. This idea that this would be a large kind of financial computing network. Wouldn't the government have to own some of it? There's no argument that from your side that the government would need to own Solana in any way.
Yeah, I guess to play that argument out, it's like you would need Solana as the native gas token to transact on like the global financial rails or whatever. Maybe in that world, the US needs Sol, but it seems like there's quite a bit of proving out that we need to do. I'm under no illusion that Solana has yet won or proven that it's like going to be the home of the future NASDAQ. We're not seeing like native stock issuance on chain or things like that. So, I mean, I guess you could make the argument that in 10 years' time, it becomes strategically important for the US to have a big reserve of Solana. But who knows? In 10 years' time, maybe we'll need a lot of some other random mineral that we don't know we need yet. But make that policy decision when we get there.
Yeah, I'm just curious for, I don't know a lot about the kind of, hip Solana kind of sector version of, what's going on in Washington right now. From a Bitcoin perspective, our view on it is very much that, this is Bitcoin kind of emerging on the global stage as a politically relevant, geopolitically relevant asset, right? If, there is going to be kind of a replacement to gold, a new financial system that's built on that. Countries like El Salvador, Bhutan, are trying to put energy to work to acquiring Bitcoin. We saw this week that Belarus is doing the same. There's rumblings about things going on in China. So I guess if you were disrupting money on the global stage, like, it's hard for me to say, like, wouldn't you expect nations to get involved, right? So that just feels like for the Bitcoin conversation, it does feel like that argument is getting to the government. So do you feel that, that what is just Solana just isn't explained well enough to the politicians, or they're not savvy enough to get it? Or I guess, how do you explain the separation of the Bitcoin reserve and the crypto stockpile if, maybe you'd prefer there to be a crypto reserve?
I mean, listen, I think that there is, just in my personal opinion, I'm not speaking for Blockworks here, I don't think that there's any real reason to have a strategic Bitcoin reserve or any kind of other strategic crypto reserve. I think a stockpile is fine, i.e. basically what the strategic reserve ended up being. So like, if the US seizes a bunch of Bitcoin that got stolen, sure, don't sell it, hold on to it and watch the paper value go up, and maybe that can help us magically pay down our debt someday or something like that. But I think that, the real cypherpunk ethos of blockchain technology has always been that it's free of government control and trusted third parties. So I don't really love the idea of the crypto industry getting into bed, so to speak, with politicians.
Can't but agree there. I mean, obviously, I think there's a hope, always been a hope in Bitcoin as well as the cryptocurrency world, that there be a grassroots kind of movement. Just going to throw a tweet up on the stage right now for you to take a look at. Sorry, a little technical difficulties there, but we've got, Donald Trump making the argument that, the United States government has foolishly sold Bitcoin in the past, and that the price appreciation of Bitcoin, is kind of, that argument is kind of worth it for a Bitcoin reserve, right? We should hold it because, the price has appreciated meaningfully, and America has essentially lost out on ability to capitalize that. Your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense, right? We sold our Bitcoin. I forget what the David Sachs tweet said, but it was something like we made 370 million and it would be worth like 17 billion or something like that. An order of magnitude lost in money there for the US. I don't it's kind of like with any investment, like you can say, well, oh, if only I'd sold the top, and no one really knows where assets are going to go. I guess what makes me curious that I'd like to get your view on, Rizzo, is, does the US ever sell its Bitcoin? Like, now that we have this strategic reserve, in theory, you need like a strategic reserve exists so you can use it. So what kind of event would cause the US to want to dip into that reserve?
Well, you have a lot of Bitcoiners talking right now about paying off the national debt. There's a lot of differing opinion on whether that's a valid argument.
But you have to sell to do that, right?
Yes, that would be the there was so I had Nolan Bowerly on my podcast last week. So he's a commentator in the space, and he talks a lot about, essentially what this is about is, the monetization of debt and assets within the world, and that essentially, America right now needs buyers of debt, right? So what you have with the stable coins and things like that. Why is America interested in stable coins? Why is Donald Trump interested in stable coins? Well, they need to find new buyers of U.S. treasuries, and the United States essentially is a manager of this financial system, right? So essentially the problem that you have right now within the world is that our financial system depends on governments, and right now the United States is the, principal operator, of this financial system. But we know that it's such that there is debt and continued inflation as part of this system, right? So we're seeing that operating the global reserve currency has negative impacts on the U.S. economy over time, and if we want to start undoing some of those effects, we have to pursue other strategies. So one of the more interesting ones that you heard maybe some people tweet about is this bit bond, this idea that you might sort of sell treasuries or offer some debt instruments to the global public where Bitcoin is part of that. So you can actually offset, basically attract people to buy your debt by offering them exposure to Bitcoin, similar to what MicroStrategy is doing, right? MicroStrategy is simply tapping the commercial debt market where those people don't have exposure to Bitcoin. He's tying his company debt to Bitcoin. So if people in the commercial debt market, they can either buy, a regular company's asset or a company's debt that's tied to Bitcoin. He's found a meaningful, appreciation there, and that he's been able to draw a significant amount of that market. I mean, keep in mind, he's borrowing money at 0%, right? So essentially people are giving him money to go out and acquire Bitcoin, and his stock is appreciating, right? So there's all these kind of larger kind of economic things at play, but essentially, like, the United States needs to get out of the system that it's in, right? It's essentially the the kind of debt-based kind of fiat monetary system, is at its end. And I think the argument from Bitcoiners here is that Bitcoin can be, the next step. It can be the next kind of neutral monetary system that we all sort of align on. And while, the technological stack maybe is not as robust as you'd like, the kind of monetary policies and guarantees you get as a network participant, are sound and foundationally sound to build that. So I guess that would be my steelman arguments of that question.
I'm not sure if I'm entirely bought in, but it's an interesting point, I guess. I think it's interesting because the question that people often offer with Bitcoin is, well, what gives it value? And the U.S. government, the U.S. dollar has value because it's backed by the totality of the U.S. government. Now you have the U.S. government backing Bitcoin's value, which seems like a weird full circle moment in a way. I guess as like a Zoomer who covers Salana, I think something that crosses my mind is my impression of Bitcoiners has always just been that they're very libertarian, very cypherpunk. So is there not some discomfort with the sense that the U.S. is now, pledging to become intertwined with Bitcoin and other nation states maybe as well?
I think that's you certainly see a lot of debate about it, right, on X and the Twitter sphere. But if Bitcoin is a useful asset and it's a neutral asset, you can't control who uses it, right? And so that one of the things that we say in the Bitcoin community is that Bitcoin is for enemies, right? So Bitcoin has to be as useful for the dictator as it is for the person who's protesting the dictator. That is just if the technology is well designed enough, that will just be the case, right? So a hammer to someone who wants to do harm and attack you is as useful to you if you're building a bed, right? So with Bitcoin, I think while there is kind of a intrinsic distrust for governments and the desire to build something outside of governments, we've talked a lot about the question of whether governments will ultimately adopt Bitcoin. And I think, like, let's be clear, it's like the U.S. government here, to the extent that they're adopting Bitcoin, is doing it for their benefit. Right. I don't know that Bitcoin really benefits at all from the United States being a large holder, other than that, the United States is not selling it. Well, only because the United States is agreeing not to sell it. But again, if you assume that, Bitcoin is going to be useful and it's going to be the global monetary network, then other people would buy it. Right. So there's no, just because the U.S., that supply would be absorbed in other ways. Like, so the classic example would be, Germany sold 50,000 Bitcoin, but 50,000 Bitcoin were bought by the market, and now those 50,000 Bitcoin are owned by the people. So if you want to take your example, right, that has happened. Governments have, sold Bitcoin. The United States has sold Bitcoin. The consumers have bought it. And this is the United States making that decision simply because, they've realized that was a bad idea, right? Like, that they could do that and they could still sell it. It's just that they, materially gain from holding on to it. And there's a political advantage, right? One of the things that Trump said in the crypto summit meeting that I thought was really interesting was this idea that, the Bitcoin reserve and the stockpile are interesting because, he's giving assets to the American people, right? The other administration has left you with debt. Here are assets, right? So it's sort of this idea that he can gift Bitcoin, to the America as some sort of, strategically relevant asset. But yeah, I don't know. I think like the folks who kind of come at it from like, certainly I identify with people who are trying to do Bitcoin circular economies in Africa. Certainly I would have personally liked to see nations like El Salvador kind of rise up on the global stage, and more nations like that kind of get out from US global hegemony. But the reality is that you can't stop someone from using a tool that's designed well for some purpose, for using it for their gain. And in this case, I think the Trump government has done two things effectively. One, they used this issue to win the election. There was a lot of young people who kind of entered the Republican Party for the first time for this idea that they were kind of tech forward and savvy and innovative. And two, now they're sort of adopting this, long-term strategies. How does America get ahead, because it adopts Bitcoin, right? And that whole speech by Trump, essentially underscored that, right? We want America to benefit from this. We want American entrepreneurs to come home. So yeah, I think that's the natural incentive here is that this is the government benefiting from Bitcoin. Does Bitcoin benefit? Well, the answer I think is yes, right? As long as it monetizes and it gets stronger and it continues, appreciating in value and getting more secure for that, for those reasons. I always find it, remarkable that, 16 years on, Bitcoin has monetized, as much as it has. If you had asked me 10 years ago, what the world would look like if, it was $100,000 Bitcoin, sure, I would have said, I would have hoped that we'd be transacting with it more and kind of using it more for, everyday life. But, I'm using Bitcoin every day. I store my wealth in it. People around the world store their wealth in it. And, right now there's a big market for that. I think the question is, how big is the market for these other use cases, comparably? And obviously we're seeing Bitcoin kind of, continue to dominate the crypto asset space, right? And for years there was this argument that, it's end user utility, it's application developers who drive, value. And I think that, this whole kind of market cycle has been an interesting refutation of that, simply because, there are no application developers on Bitcoin and the government's adopting it. So, I don't know. We'll see, right? It's fascinating stuff. But what kind of stuff are you looking forward, I guess, as you think about the year ahead, as companies start, building on Solana? I guess, I don't know. How do you think about it? Like, what are the big stories that you think could happen as a result of kind of this positive activity in Washington?
Interesting. I'm like weighing a lot of what you said. Are you curious as for Solana or just crypto generally? I'll give you this.
I will be honest. Like, I have a bit of a fascination with Solana, like, because again, it's like the thing that I was very immersed in like the Ethereum days. Like, I was at like the early Ethereum conferences, and I saw like a lot of their principal developments and things like that. And I was there for like the hard fork and things like that. Solana, I don't like, is kind of a new thing to me, where it's I've read the proof of history paper and I understand functionally how Solana consensus works and how it provides a faster consensus, even if it kind of restricts participation of people a bit. I understand like those parts of the system, but I don't really understand like the Solana ideology, like because the Ethereum people, it's like I understood where they were coming from, right? As I said, like they saw application developers driving value. They saw kind of they saw the principal value of cryptocurrencies as being networks, right? Like the network had to be strong. There had to be a lot of people doing things actively on the network. And I've read Vitalik's writing over the years. Like Solana is a little bit of a mystery to me, because I know that you're the new competitor to Ethereum and doing a lot of the same things, but I don't know the ideology as well, right? So I don't like even this monetary policy debate that you're having now sort of fascinates me, because it's like some of the earlier debates with like Ethereum, where Ethereum has now changed its monetary policy. Sort of not only undermining the credibility of its monetary policy, but now it doesn't seem like that monetary policy is actually working like very well, because they're net inflationary, right? Or at least have stopped being deflationary. So yeah, I think the
inflation isn't bad though. Inflation is a meme.
Okay. So is that the Solana view, that the inflation is like we need inflation?
No, look, I think the Solana ideology is that the value capture comes from just like building a performant thing that can actually sustain applications. And so Solana is very cheap. Its transaction fees are a fraction of a cent. It's much less than Ethereum, and yet Solana outpaces Ethereum in terms of the economic value created by people transacting on the chain, because it's cheap enough to be used at scale for, admittedly things like meme coin trading. But I think the hope in the Solana world is that, okay, like now's our chance to prove that we can do other stuff. You look at startups like Helium, which is building a decentralized cell phone network. Just today we had Baxis, which is a on the podcast we had them in. It's a like peer-to-peer liquor spirits marketplace, stuff like that. And in some ways, this is really the original promise of crypto, is like, peer-to-peer digital cash. And I think that I don't think any cryptocurrencies are currencies, but crypto can be these financial rails for capital markets. Solana is very bought into this idea of internet capital markets, where you can bring all types of assets on chain and let them trade in one kind of large shared database, as opposed to these siloed financial databases that exist all over the place. So yeah, I don't think that Solana is ideological in the sense that you're going to find a lot of people talking about the, national debt and the like US's struggle to continue to issue treasuries and things like this. But you will find people who are just very pragmatically trying to build a blockchain that's as fast and cheap as possible. And I think that the ideology is like, in the long run, just build things that work rather than getting bogged down by ideology. But yeah, as far as what the Solana world and what I'm interested in this year is just kind of the sense of like, look, lawsuits are being dismissed. That you're welcome in the US. That you're legally allowed to do business here. Now build useful things. Like meme coins are whatever, but they're a waste of everyone's time. They're a casino. They're gambling.
That we can agree on, yeah.
And look, I think people that are dedicating their careers to building on Solana don't want Solana to be a big casino either. They hope that things like Helium will take off in the long run. So I think the thing to the thing to watch this year is, can we see meaningful adoption for applications that like people actually want, that don't involve just the big speculative meme coin casino.
Well, cool, man. People who are still watching should know this is our first real human conversation. So, thanks for having it, Jack. And I've, again, been following the Lightspeed newsletter on Blockworks. You can subscribe on the Blockworks newsletter, blockworks.co. Of course, we'll see you at the Digital Asset Summit in March. You can get your tickets. There's a link there below in the floating banner, March 18th to the 20th. But certainly just watched history together, Jack. So I guess maybe final thoughts. Crypto in the White House, Donald Trump today. Maybe you can give us your closing thoughts on just, historic, not historic, final verdicts.
My closing thoughts. First of all, Rizzo, you're a unit. I see the live stream in the corner here. It's been 4 hours, 45 minutes. I'm being messaged by the powers that be as well to plug Lightspeed. If you're interested in learning more about Solana, go check out the Lightspeed podcast anywhere you get your podcast. There's also a Lightspeed newsletter that comes out daily. It has Solana content. So now that I've made my plug, look, I think my closing statement is, where do we go from here? I think for a while you could map like a poly market of the likelihood of a strategic Bitcoin reserve with the price of Bitcoin, and it was pretty much 1-to-1. Now we have a strategic Bitcoin reserve, or something resembling one. We've had the crypto summit. And so as far as narratives and, US policy action towards crypto, I think a lot of the easy buckets are out of the way. And now things like policy or just like building useful businesses that take some time will come. So I think maybe I'll say that this marks the end of the beginning for the crypto's Trump era.
I would say end of the beginning, even in a broader sense. Bitcoin now politically relevant in the United States, no longer the realm of just simply technical nerds arguing at whiteboards, as I remember fondly. Jack, thanks for joining us. I'm going to continue the discussion on my podcast. I'm going to do that podcast on the Solana supply monetary policy chains. This is part of the reason that I'm interested in coming over to Blockworks, and I'm excited about it, kind of bringing that Bitcoin perspective to the crypto conversation. So appreciate you coming on. Appreciate you giving your insights, and we're going to end it here with, just a final remarks. You watched history today. Pete Rizzo, the Bitcoin historian on X. Thanks for bearing with me. Thanks for hanging through all the technical difficulties. One-man band over here bringing it to you alive. What to say? Subscribe to Supply Shock wherever you get your podcasts. We're out on YouTube now at Supply Shock BW. This has been Donald Trump's White House Digital Asset Summit. We'll be back with some more podcasts next week, streaming to X. We'll have Dan Held and Jeremy Rubin talking about some of the future tech things going on in the Bitcoin world. Once again, Pete Rizzo, this has been the White House Digital Asset Summit live stream. We're going to kick it over to some price action.